ويتفكرون في خلق السماوات والأرض ربنا ما خلقت هذا باطلا ويتفكرون في خلق السماء ما خلقت هذا باطلا سبحانك فقنا عذاب النار صدق الله العظيم.
Jazakallah, and thank you for enlightening our participants by sharing verses that underscore the significance of delving into the sea resources. To recite Qasida Burda Sharif, please welcome our highly esteemed and well-acclaimed Dr. Sarwar Hussain Naqshbandi, Director Hassan bin Sabit Center for Research in Nath Literature at Minhaj University Lahore. Dr. Sarwar Hussain Naqshbandi.
مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم محمد سيد الكونين والثقلين محمد سيد الكونين والثقلين والفريقين من عرب ومن عجب مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم هو الحبيب الذي ترجى شفاعته هو الحبيب الذي ترجى شفاعته لكل هول من الأهوال مقتحم مولاي صل وسلم دائما أبدا على حبيبك خير الخلق كلهم.
Jazakallah. May I request everyone to please rise for the national anthem. And we welcome Ms. Alia Shahid to the stage. Thank you, madam, for joining us. Please rise for the national anthem.
Oh,
seated. Respected audience, it's my pleasure to introduce the documentary that highlights the journey, achievements, and vision of our university. With a rich history of nurturing bright minds, professionally sound, and aesthetically strong individuals, Minhaj University Lahore stands as a beacon of knowledge and progress. It has the legacy of introducing one of its kind centers in Pakistan. Center of Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs, a unique center has been established at MUL dedicated to creating awareness, sharing research input and recommendations regarding the crucial issues in maritime sector. Let's navigate through a visual tour of our rich legacy, vibrant campus life that define our institution. And also we will navigate through the achievements of Karima. Enjoy the voyage.
Competency, research, creativity, and credibility. Welcome to Minhaj University Lahore, where academics meet state-of-the-art facilities. An institution serving with dedication since 1986, we promise to deliver knowledge and practical skills. Under the guidance of Shaykh-ul-Islam Professor Dr. Muhammad Tahirul Qadri, and being supervised by the Deputy Chairman of the Board of Governors, a very well-known educationist, philosopher and economist, Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri.
Minhaj University Lahore, founded in 1986 by Shaykh-ul-Islam Professor Dr. Muhammad Tahirul Qadri, is certainly a place where academic excellence and innovation meet discipline, character building and altruism. MUL is a distinguished university of Pakistan committed to providing more than just education. It offers a holistic experience that nurtures the intellectual, professional and spiritual growth of its students. Minhaj University is the place where curiosity and thirst for learning have fully embraced diverse academic offerings, Pakistan's first robotic and fully automated library, and dozens of internationally renowned research centers. Minhaj University has precisely filled up gaps through its unique and progressive initiatives and emerged as a trend-setter institution of Pakistan.
MUL is an academically progressive university with the dedicated efforts of Vice-Chancellor Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad. University comprises 11 faculties, 36 academic schools, 15,000 plus students, 700 plus permanent and adjunct faculty, more than 400 PhD faculty members, 16 research centers, and 12 research journals.
Minhaj University Lahore is a beacon of progressive education, fostering an inclusive environment where every student can excel both personally and intellectually. The university offers PhD programs in more than 50 disciplines, blending academic consistency with personal growth. Education here goes beyond the textbook. It is a holistic journey inside and outside the classrooms. With several yearly international conferences, including World Religion, Islamic Banking and Finance, and Maritime Affairs, this university is going beyond the ordinary ways of education. Minhaj University Lahore has signed MOUs and efficient collaborations with leading international institutions like Saudi Arabia, Austria, England, Australia, China, Albania, Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, Thailand, Turkey, and many other countries around the globe. The foreign faculty members from globally known universities are teaching at Minhaj University Lahore, providing our students a truly international experience on campus.
Giving educational exposure to students based on real-world life experiences through seminars, educational visits, and guest lectures. Community activities are being organised to construct a positive impact on the society. Our competent faculty is the most prominent feather in the cap of MUL. Highly qualified national and international faculty members are available to mentor, guide and inspire the students for the future.
As a registrar at Minhaj University Lahore, I have witnessed the relentless efforts and unwavering dedication of our staff and faculty in creating a conducive learning environment for our students. Minhaj University Lahore is wholeheartedly committed to provide competency-based education and hands-on expertise for students' growth and learning experience. Our most applauded facilities such as Pakistan's ever first robotic library, state-of-the-art research centers and in-house incubation center train, guide and supervise the research students to embark on a research, excellence and innovation. Since its establishment, Minhaj University Lahore has been striving to nurture the youth and contributing the greater good of Pakistan.
Our state-of-the-art laboratories are the vital spark of MUL. To increase scientific and technological research, we encourage students to think critically and experiment to enhance existing knowledge. To ensure hands-on experience, we have well-equipped TV and radio studios, Ibn Sina Library and Resource Centre, along with modern robotic services, is a multidisciplinary library designed to fulfil the needs of the research scholars for the university. The Ibn Library has a fascinating infrastructure, an extensive collection of more than 50,000 printed and 150,000 electronic books, and digital access to HEC databases on various disciplines. Spiritual community provides vital connection and spiritual values into the physical world. It can lead the healing of mind, body, heart, spirit, and personal growth of the students. Students are groomed into fine sportsmen through yearly sports gala, inter-university annual tournament, and cultural events. Bringing the opportunity to learn from peers, leaders and research scholars, 20 successful research conferences have been conducted by MUL, addressing some very crucial topics of prominent fields. At Minhaj University Lahore, we offer numerous financial aid, fee concessions and scholarships for students. Students are awarded for their outstanding performance based on different religious scholars. Baba Guru Nanak Award, Sir Ganga Ram Award and Ruth Pafu Award. Join us to unlock your potential and be one of the leading professionals in your field. Minhaj University Lahore, inspiring tomorrow's leaders.
Welcome to the Center of Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs at Minhaj University Lahore, where the oceans meet innovation.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Center of Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs, widely known as NIMA, was established at Minhaj University Lahore on 8th June 2021. Since then, the center is committed to advancing the concept of blue economy, promoting sustainable practices that not only boost the economic growth, but also preserve our maritime resources for coming generations.
Let's navigate through the endless possibilities offered by the seas and explored by Karima.
The main objectives of this uniquely established research center are to abreast our new generations with untapped resources of blue economy, to provide effective policy insights to public and private sector organizations for the betterment of Pakistan through productive research, to encourage participation of Pakistani entrepreneurs mainly in shipping industry, port management, logistics management, forward and clearance companies, etc.
The idea of establishing Karima in hinterland serves many crucial objectives.
Additionally, it is to provide relevant expertise to promote maritime awareness, scientific knowledge through a number of seminars, symposiums, workshops, and national and international conference, as well as by publishing quarterly newsletter, Nautical Eye, and biannual journal, Journal of Nautical Eye and Strategic Studies.
The center is dedicated to bringing the maritime world closer to inland communities through education, research, and community engagement.
We at Karima engage in a variety of activities to advance knowledge and skills in maritime sector. We foster knowledge exchange through our advocacy and outreach programs like seminars, conferences and events aimed at raising awareness about the maritime issues, to promote sustainable practices and to advocate the policies that can benefit maritime sector. And by engaging in such educational and research initiatives, Karima aims to play a vital role in shaping the future of the maritime sector, driving innovation and addressing the challenges faced by Pakistan and the world.
Our mission is to foster a deeper understanding and appreciation of maritime heritage, promote sustainable marine practices, and facilitate innovation in maritime technologies. The Center promotes collaborative research projects between academic institutions, industry, and government agencies to address critical maritime challenges.
Karima intends to bridge the gap between academia, professionals, and industry by developing collaboration and knowledge exchange for the maritime sector. Whereas the Karima mission is to bring the maritime affairs to limelight, and I'm glad to share that the academia has now begun to think that there is much more to be accomplished in this critical domain of the blue economy, especially in Pakistan.
Thank you so much, and I hope you have enjoyed the virtual journey encompassing our institution's legacy and future aspirations. Moving on to the welcome speech of today's conference, let me take this opportunity to introduce the brain who conceived the idea of this center. A veteran naval officer and esteemed maritime expert, he brings a wealth of experience in maritime governance and strategic policy making. Before joining as the Vice Chancellor of Minhaj University Lahore, he held key positions in his naval tenure as Director Maritime Affairs and Environmental Control at Naval Headquarters Islamabad and strategic post in Pakistan Maritime Security Agency, to mention few. Proving himself as a true model for his successors, he gained a doctorate from the University of the Punjab, succeeding MPhil with top distinction from National Defense University in International Relations. His insights drawn from the years of service and leadership will set the stage for our discussions, offering a strategic perspective on the challenges and opportunities in the maritime sector today. Let's give a warm welcome to Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad to deliver the welcome speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable flag officers, respected guests, esteemed national and international keynote speakers, distinguished panelists, paper presenters, professionals, respected deans, head of the departments, faculty members, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Minhaj University Lahore, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you to the university. It is a great honor to gather here to discuss navigating legal waters, upholding maritime law and governance, a critical reflection on the present and strategic insights for future, encourages us to deeply examine where we stand today and how we can move forward effectively. At Minhaj University Lahore, we are committed to providing a platform for scholarly debate, innovation, and research in education. Our goal is to ensure that education is not just an academic activity, but a practical solution for real-world challenges which we are facing today. Minhaj University also recognizes the importance of maritime affairs in shaping the future of the nations. Hence, the Center of Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs, which is widely known as Karima, was established at the university. This center is committed for advancing the concept of blue economy, promoting the sustainable practices, but not only, which boost the economic growth, but also preserve our maritime ecosystem for the coming generations, especially in Pakistan. The oceans are the lifeblood of our planet, which unite nations. We always say the land divides and the sea unites. Also support the trade and provide resources. But with these opportunities, there are a lot of challenges and issues. This is what we are going to discuss today, that what challenges we are facing out at sea. So there are many questions which will be explored today in many sessions. But ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's conference is navigating legal waters, upholding maritime law with actual governance, which is both timely and very essential to discuss how to govern these oceans. The maritime industry plays a very critical role in global trade, economic growth, and environmental sustainability. At this time, in fact, there are many challenges which include legal disputes, security concerns, and environmental risk. This conference will provide an important platform for all of you to discuss these challenges and explore the solutions. Our discussion today will cover a wide range of topics, including maritime law, governance, security, technology, and sustainability, through panel discussions and technical sessions. We aim to highlight the pressing challenges and opportunities in the maritime world. I am confident that the insights shared today here in this conference will contribute to better policies, improved governance, and sustainable maritime future and maritime developments, especially in the Indian Ocean region. Because Indian Ocean region is an energy corridor, so every nation is putting a special focus on this area. So we need to be very careful because extra regional forces are also present in this area. When the Chinese started building the ports in various countries around Indian Ocean and Indian Ocean periphery, the adversaries started calling it string of pearls and brought a counter strategy with the name of necklace of diamonds. India also started restructuring their development in maritime domain, and they call it Sagarmala. Ladies and gentlemen, I take the opportunity. On this very occasion, I intend to put forth an important intellectual discourse, and I would like all the admirals to pay a little attention. As Pakistan has more than 1,000 kilometers of coastline in the North Arabian Sea, offering great potential for economic growth, to fully use this advantage, the advantages which we have, I present a new concept, which is jewels on the coast. What is jewels on the coast? A multi-pronged strategy. This is a strategy to develop at least 6 more new ports, 3 small ports at Keti Bandar, Gharo, and Gudani Bay. 3 major commercial ports at Kortalmat, Pasni, and Ormara. Reshaping fishery industry by shifting Karachi Fish Harbour close to Gudani Bay and improving infrastructure of all existing fish harbors in Pakistan. State-of-the-art modern green facilities needs to be created. Green shipping is to be focused. Fishing industry can grow by developing modern harbors, improving storage capacity and landing sites. Training of fishermen community should be given high priority. Strong maritime governance will improve trade, attract investment, and create jobs. By ensuring smooth operations of port and shipping, a modern shipping industry with better ports and logistics will help Pakistan to become economic hub in the region. Reducing reliance on the foreign vessels, deep sea ports like Gwadar need expansion and handle large cargoes. A single maritime authority needs to be created to handle the affairs of Sindh and Balochistan and to ensure better policies, infrastructure development, and tourism can also be boosted by improving beaches, roads, and tourist facilities, creating jobs all along the coast. The shipbreaking industry, which is already strong at Gwadar, at Godani can also be upgraded with better facilities, better environment, following the rules and regulation in light of Hong Kong Convention. This strategy also aligned with the UN Agenda 2030, focusing on sustainability, maritime conservation, and renewable energy to protect coastal resources. And we also need to strengthen maritime diplomacy that will help Pakistan to secure sea routes, negotiate trade deals, and gain a strong presence in the region and also in global maritime domain. Recently, you all know that Pakistan Navy has conducted Aman exercise in which 60 countries have participated. So the growing global participation in exercise Aman reflects that international community has a confidence in Pakistan and Pakistan Navy and Pakistan's role in collaborative maritime security and maritime affairs. With jewels on the coast strategy, Pakistan can unlock its blue economy, attract investment, and become a key player in the region and in the global maritime affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, yet another issue I would like to highlight today. I would also like to seek your attention towards the controversy on the name, Indian Ocean. Indian Ocean is the third largest ocean in the world, covering vast area in South Asia, Africa, and Australia. It touches the coast of over 38 countries, including Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Maldives, Indonesia, Australia, Somalia, South Africa, and many more. However, its name, Indian Ocean, has been a topic of controversy. So I suggest the name should be changed. Because the ocean is dominated by one country, which is India, while many other nations also share the same waters. So the name can be changed and we can get rid of this name, which was used particularly under the colonial influence, rather than naming it African Ocean, Arabian Ocean, or Indo-African Ocean. I would like to suggest the name Southern Ocean. Why? Because it touches the South Asia and it connects with the southern hemisphere of the world. So the name of Indian Ocean should be changed to Southern Ocean. So this is just a food for thought. I leave it for you. Think over it, and we will discuss in some other conference as well. At the end, I would like to say my deepest gratitude to the local and international speakers, professionals, scholars, researchers, and students. I am also indebted to organizing committees, CREMA team, IT team, media team, and the students of the Seekers Club, who have worked tirelessly to make this conference a reality. My special thanks to our sponsors, including Rural Community Development Program, Maritime Research and Development Association, policymakers, and Nescafe. I am also deeply grateful to our collaborators, especially Ministry of Maritime Affairs, Pakistan Navy War College, Port Qasim Authority, and National Institute of Maritime Affairs for their kind support. Without their help, this conference would not have been possible. With these words, I officially declare the third International Maritime Conference now open. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It's my pleasure to invite on stage Director, Center of Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs. His expertise has been instrumental in shaping this conference, and we look forward to his insight as we embark on this important dialogue. He will be briefing the House about Karima and today's event. Dr. Muhammad Ishfaq, Director, Karima.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Salatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah. Esteemed speakers, honorable guests, respected colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and assalamu alaikum. On behalf of Center of Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs, CRIMA, at Minhaj University Lahore, I'm delighted to extend a warm and heartfelt gratitude and welcome to all of you. Maritime law and governance play a critical role in maintaining global trade, security, and environmental sustainability. As the world's oceans serve as a conduits for the economic activity and geopolitical interactions, the need for the robust legal frameworks has never been more pressing. The emerging security threats, technological advancements, and environmental challenges call for collective action and legal innovation. The Third International Maritime Conference aims to bring together scholars, legal practitioners, policymakers, and maritime professionals to engage in thought-provoking discussions on the evolving landscape of maritime law and governance. Under the theme, Navigating Legal Waters, Upholding Maritime Law and Governance, this conference explores pressing issues such as maritime security, environmental regulations, and the impact of digital transformation on maritime law. This year's conference will feature 9 keynote addresses from esteemed experts. Out of 65 received research papers globally, only 14 accepted research papers will be presented in 2 technical sessions led by scholars and practitioners. Moreover, 2 interactive panel discussions and pre-conference workshops that have been conducted successfully, and in these workshops, 6 research papers have already been presented. The discussions will address crucial topics, including the role of United Nations Convention on the Law of Sea, dispute resolution mechanisms, piracy and maritime crime, digital security in maritime domain, and sustainability of oceanic resources. As global maritime governance undergoes significant transformations, this conference seeks to provide a platform for collaboration, knowledge sharing, and policy recommendations that will shape the future of maritime law. The first keynote speech will be delivered by Dr. James Kraska from Stockton Center for International Law from U.S. Naval War College, USA. We have second keynote speech by Vice Admiral Ahmed Saeed, Hilali Imtiaz Military, President, National Institute of Maritime Affairs, Islamabad. We have third keynote speech by Ms. Alia Shahid, DG Ports and Shipping, Ministry of Maritime Affairs, Islamabad. And our fourth keynote speak will be delivered by Dr. Mustafa Tansar from Naval War College, Turkish National Defense University, Turkey. We will remain in this auditorium to listen a very interesting panel discussion on the subject of maritime regulatory and governance issues. There will be a question and answer session at the end of the session. The panel discussion will be followed by a lunch and Zuhr prayer, which will be another opportunity for the people to meet and discuss questions that were raised during the panel discussion and keynote addresses. All the guests and participants will have lunch after the first panel discussion, starting from 12:15 to 1:15. Meanwhile, the other audience will be divided into 2 smaller groups. As per the program, 2 concurrent sessions will will continue from 12:15 to 2:30. And we request the audience to choose and attend the session that seems more interesting to you. The concurrent sessions, technical sessions, will be held in Dr. Friduddin Qadri Hall and Dr. Alauddin Qadri Hall at the top floor of the Ibn Khaldun block. There will be a 5th keynote speech of Dr. Fidel Amake Owosu, Security Advisor Unival Group from Germany in technical session A, and 6th keynote speech will be delivered by Dr. Rizwana Abbasi from Austria in technical session B. After the end of the technical sessions, a tea break is arranged for networking and learning at the same place in Al-Farabi Auditorium, which will start at 2:30. At Al-Asi Auditorium, after the lunch and the technical sessions, we will have our 7th keynote speech by Rear Admiral Muhammad Hussain Syad, Hilal Imtiaz Military, DG Tech, Port Qasim Authority in Al-Farabi Auditorium. And our 8th keynote speech will be delivered by Dr. Ayn Ralbi from Center for Maritime Strategy from United States of America. There will be a second panel discussion on the important theme, Maritime Operational and Technological Challenges in the Al-Farabi Auditorium. After the second panel discussion, there will be a 9th and last keynote speech of this conference by Honorable Professor Dr. Hussain Mohidun Qadri, Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, Minhaj University Lahore. In the end, we will have a website launching ceremony of the CREMA archive, which is the database to be established newly. And thereafter, we will have conference declaration by Professor Dr. Khurram Shahzad, Registrar, Minhaj University Lahore. We welcome all the participants and hope that this conference serves as a valuable forum for advancing legal frameworks and governance strategies in the maritime sector. We look forward to engaging discussions, innovative solutions on the topic of maritime law and governance, and meaningful partnerships that will contribute to a more secure and legally sound maritime domain. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I'm very pleased to share that we are honored by the presence of Vice Consul of the Consulate General of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Mr. Saeed Mohammad Hussain Hussaini. He is with us, sir. Please take your seat on stage. Thank you for joining us for this conference. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time for our first keynote speaker, and he bears vast experience being the department chair of the Stockton Center for International Law at the U.S. Naval War College. Professor James Kraska has served more than 20 years as U.S. Navy judge advocate with extensive service in the Indo-Pacific region and the Pentagon. With his wealth of knowledge and expertise, he will enlighten and inspire us by sharing U.S. perspective through his keynote speech. And he will be joining us virtually through Zoom. Professor James Kraska.
Hello, colleagues, and welcome. Welcome to the third International Maritime Conference. IMC-25 is set to begin. And I especially want to recognize and thank the organizers of IMC-2025, including Professor Dr. Hussain Mohidun Qadri. He's the Deputy Chairman and Board of Governors of Minhaj University Lahore. Also, let's please welcome Dr. Sajid Mehmood Shahzad. He's the Vice Chancellor of Minhaj University Lahore, Center for Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs, which is a unique institution focusing on how technology and innovation affects the maritime domain. This year, we're going to look at navigating legal waters, upholding maritime law and governance. Your participation was through a competitive process, a global call for papers. And we have Some very interesting, very exciting issues, looking at unpacking ocean law and development and its intersection with innovation and technology. There is a focus on shipping technology, security, port innovation and robotics, automated logistics, maritime safety, and applications such as blockchain that might make the oceans more transparent and safer and more secure. Also related to shipping are innovative solutions to vessel source pollution. This includes how to address waste stream management, especially concerning plastics and oil, as well as efforts related to climate, such as decarbonization of shipping and alternative fuels. All of these affect the quality of ecosystem services that we all rely on for enjoyment of the marine environment and fisheries and other uses of the oceans. We're also looking at some of the more sophisticated issues with regard to biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. In particular, what can be the utility for new types of marine protected areas, such as area-based management tools. Also, there is great uncertainty surrounding marine genetic resources. What is their legal status, and how are these marine genetic organisms, as well as digital sequence information located inside a computer? How can this digital DNA or the organisms themselves be used to both enrich the global economy, as well as through the BBNJ process, bring greater equity to ocean development? Finally, it's important to recognize something that is emerging very quickly: autonomous shipping. We will think about how the IMO has adopted equivalencies for maritime autonomous surface ships, and how commercial operators are adapting to autonomy in the fleets, the effects of autonomy and artificial intelligence on the human element, those operating ships. And there are, of course, naval applications for autonomy, including undersea applications and surface ships. Some of the legal issues with regard to autonomous ships are flag state authority, exclusive flag state jurisdiction to be able to flag vessels, register them, regulate them, whether they can be regulated through equivalencies, through the mass process of all of the IMO instruments. And then the naval applications include issues such as sovereign immunity of warships, as well as the belligerent right of autonomous warships. Lots of exciting emerging technology issues that we will explore over the next few days. Very much wish I could be there in person, and I am humbled and honored to have the opportunity to provide a brief introduction to the conference. And if any of you ever happen to be in Newport, Rhode Island, I would love to welcome you to the Stockton Center for International Law at the U.S. Naval War College. Thank you very much, and I know you look forward to a successful conference and useful interventions.
Thank you so much, Professor James Kraska, joining us all the way from US. Now, our next keynote speaker is the graduate of Pakistan Navy War College, National Defense University, and Command and Staff College, China. And he currently serves as President, National Institute of Maritime Affairs. Dear audience, before the speech, let me share that you might be aware that NIMA has recently organized the maiden Aman Dialogue in collaboration with Pakistan Navy as part of the biennial Aman exercise. And before inviting the Admiral to stage, we would like to share a few glimpses of the Aman Dialogue with audience. Invite Vice Admiral Ahmad Saeed Hilal Imtiaz Military, President, National Institute of Maritime Affairs. So please join us on the podium and share a few words with us. And we are very thankful to you that you have joined us all the way from Islamabad, although you were not well. Thank you for coming.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. A very good morning and Assalamu alaikum. Professor Dr. Sajid, profound privilege today that I am standing here for the IMC, which is the third edition. And I found myself to be lucky that I was part of the first, second, and I'm grateful that I have been asked to give my views today on the third IMC as well. First of all, I would like to extend my appreciation to the Crimea for gradually raising the bar one after the other, and this time they have managed a lot of international speakers as well. Actually, if you have to look at the maritime security, then it has to be global. The vision has to be global. It is to be seen in the global perspective. So I think the third one, in which now we are seeing a lot of foreigners also coming into play. So that is where I think Crimea gets credit for it. Now coming towards the topic, that is, once I was going through the concept note, the key words which struck my mind were the maritime law, the legal challenges, legal framework to maintain security, governance, and sustainability at sea, and addressing the maritime security challenges. The theme which has been chosen is the navigating legal waters, upholding the maritime law and governance. Now, to understand the maritime law, of course, experts will be talking about, but generally, if we have to see the maritime law and its interplay with the governance, we got to understand the legal framework which is at the global level, which is at the regional level, and which is at the national level, because interplay of all these three gives you a framework of governance at sea. Now globally, as we know that the 71% of the total globe is covered by the water and about 29% is by land. So the security on land and security at sea is entirely different paradigm. On land, we have well-charted sovereignty laws, whereby we have the forces, we have the law enforcement agencies, those who are mandated not to let any other forces to come into your area. We have well-charted passports and all these kind of things which actually mandate your agencies to guard your frontiers. But on the sea, it is conversely different. At sea, the nations have been mandated with to provide security to the seafarers. That means those who are passing through your area, which is the right of innocent passage, that is to be provided to those by these countries. So because of that, then under the UN clause 1982, the country has been given certain areas, which is the territorial waters, the contiguous zones, and then is the exclusive economic zone and extended continental shelf. So in each these areas, there are rights of the seafarers which the seafaring nations, the maritime nations, they have to abide by. And for that reasons, the legal framework had been instituted. So once we go at the United Nations level, basically the framework which has been provided under the United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea, that is the main Bible under which all the laws are being governed. So primarily United Nations have the 5 bodies which are governing these laws, which includes the IMO, which includes the legal frameworks under the FAO, which includes the Migration Department, which includes the crimes control area. So all these departments, along with about 24 agencies, they are looking after the maritime security indirectly. Why I am saying indirectly? Because there is not a single body which is mandated to look after the maritime security directly. So it is under the United Nations Security Council, which is looking after on ad hoc basis. So this is the first gap in the international maritime governance mechanism where we don't have any one body which is responsible to implement the maritime security. That is the reasons that whenever there is a problem, there will be a consensus developed at the Security Council and we will make the task forces. Pakistan has been one of the major contributor in these task forces, especially in our area. Since the last 2 decades, Pakistan Navy has been part of CMF, that is Task Force 150 and 151. So coming to the regional framework, now the regional frameworks under the overall umbrella of IMO, these are bilateral and regional frameworks like the ASEAN. ASEAN is the regional framework. We have Indian Ocean Commission, we have IORA, for which Pakistan has not yet taken partnership of these. Then we have Indian Ocean Tuna Commission. So all these arrangements are regional, and under these regional arrangements there are certain NGOs also. So this is a kind of framework in which we are working. And last comes our own framework, which is our national legislation. Under the 18th Amendment, most of the things have been devolved to the provinces now. So this is another gray area where the legislation has not taken place at the provincial level. Like giving you an example, 12 nautical mile territorial water has been entrusted to the provinces. But who is going to enforce the law in these areas have not been enacted by neither by the Balochistan Assembly nor by the Sindh Assembly. So this is a gray area in which now at the moment we are navigating. So this is area I'm sure we will talk about, and we should make the provinces responsible to do the legal legislation on these aspects. At the moment, the smuggling, the illegal fishing, and all those blue crimes are going at rampant in these areas. And PMSA, excuse, Pakistan Maritime Security Agency has not been given the permission to intervene in these areas. So once we talk of these setups, we need to understand the interplay of geopolitics and geoeconomics also. The global order which was put in place since World War II, that is 1947, that is crumbling now. All the systems, economic system, the democracies, the entire thing is coming down because of its own weight. For the very reasons, the ethical value of those systems have been compromised badly. So because of this, now the geopolitics and geoeconomics are on opposing terms. So that means there is a outward stretch in these two areas. Until unless they do not converge, the geoeconomics at sea will have a lot of problems, which to my estimation in coming days, maybe 3 to 4 years, we will have a lot of conflicts to be seen in the geoeconomics. Since the new administration in USA, it has started the tariff war. Now that tariff war is going very into the waters where it is going to hurt Pakistan as well. Categorically, if those companies, those shipping are being given punishment, and if they are touching the Chinese ports and coming to other areas, they will have problems. So Pakistan is one of the area in which we will have to see and legislate in these areas as well. One of the challenge I think Dr. James has also highlighted, that is the biodiversity beyond the national jurisdiction. This is also talk of the town. Pakistan has not taken as yet any stance on it. So that is a topic I think which requires a lot of debate at a national level. I may ask Dr. Saab to specifically look into this area as well, because we need as a nation to undertake debate on this. Now coming towards the role of Pakistan, what Pakistan should legally look forward to. The first is, of course, I said it's as 60% of the overall seas are not under the jurisdiction of any country. So Indian Ocean is the same. So the biodiversity in this area is being disturbed by the external elements. Are 80% of fish of Indian Ocean being taken away by external forces, external countries, extra-regional forces. So unless we do not develop a regional thought process in which the biodiversity of Indian Ocean is collectively preserved by entire Indian Ocean nations, this will continue to be bleed. So that is one area where we need to join together. Secondly, we need to legislate on flow of information. That means maritime domain awareness. We have JMICC, but it needs to be integrated with international partners and the regional as well, so that the information, flow of information and the actions, they join together. Another area is the emerging technologies. Dr. James also talked about that the AI-enabled autonomous bodies legally belongs to which the ownership of those autonomous bodies will have to legislate it. Otherwise, it is a rogue action at sea. So the countries, those who are developing, of course, Pakistan is also looking into it. So we will have to, in parallel, develop the legal framework in which these autonomous bodies will be utilized. And last but not the least is overarching requirement of which Pakistan is signatory, that is Sustainable Development Goals. That is a great responsibility on all of us, that we have to develop a national action plan in which already a lot of work is being done, but now it will be every year it will have to be submitted to the United Nations as a performance from the countries, and your funding will be linked with it. So earlier the better we do the legislation and come up with this national action plan and start promoting it at national level. That is the area in which we need more legislations, especially at the national level and as well as at the provincial level. And maybe a last suggestion for the university, sir, that is regarding SDG compliant green university. Maybe before we ask other students to talk about, Minhaj can take this step to make Minhaj the first university in Pakistan SDG compliant green university. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now may I ask the IT team to please play the visuals from the Aman Dialogue that was recently held at Karachi. Slides off, please. NIMA has played very commendable role in bringing 90 plus navies to Pakistan and then engaging them in such a dialogue. And so we expect that next time Karima will also be actively engaged in such dialogue. We will also like to participate. So this is something that helps in creating a soft image of our country. So we are very proud of that. With that, I would like to invite our third keynote speaker of today. She is Ms. Alia Shahid and currently serving as Director General, Ports and Shipping Wing at the Ministry of Maritime Affairs, and she is instrumental in driving initiatives related to blue economy, green shipping, and the ratification of the Hong Kong Convention. We are very pleased, Ms. Alia Shahid, so the podium is yours.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor and Minhaj University, President NIMA, and all the other prestigious guests. Assalamu alaikum and very good morning. It's a real pleasure for me to be part of this exercise. I'm the first time I'm joining this, but I think the momentum that has been created by the Minhaj University is commendable. I would like to take this opportunity to share with you the governance structure of at a national level in Pakistan for the maritime sector. In Pakistan, the Ministry of Maritime Affairs is at the pinnacle of maritime administration, but it's not something. It's a sort of potpourri of different organizations that have come together, and the maritime sector is being provided with different aspects taken care of. Ministry of Maritime Affairs is responsible for the policy direction as well as for the legislative foresight. But at the same time, Pakistan has three major ports: Gwadar Port Authority, Karachi Port Trust, Port Qasim Authority. All these ports are independent, and as suggested by Dr. Shahzad, there is also steps being taken for bringing in more ports in existence. The KT Bandar, the Somiani port, and all these things, they are in the offing, and Ministry of Maritime Affairs is leading these efforts. Also, Ministry of Maritime Affairs is looking after other aspects like employment. The Directorate General Port and Shipping is responsible not for the holding examination for the merchant shipping aspect, but also bringing ensuring the employment aspects for the seafarers are well regulated. We had Government Shipping Office under our control. We had Mercantile Marine Department, which is doing the statutory service. Pakistan is signatory to almost 26 plus IMO convention and is providing the regulatory foresight as well as the reporting on these works. As we were just discussing about this Hong Kong Convention, the recent convention that has signed by, ratified by Pakistan is Hong Kong Convention. It deals with the ship bringing aspect. And also, when we were saying that there are regional and provincial and sort of national level jurisdictional issues, I think Hong Kong Convention provide one very good example where consultation and collaboration between the province and the ministry has taken it forward to, and we are now moving forward to finalize our act. So there are jurisdictional areas, issues when it comes to fisheries, when it comes to shipping aspects, but when it comes to the solution, it lies in collaboration of this opportunity, especially in the northern Pakistan. So recently, Pakistan Marine Academy and DG Port and Shipping has taken initiative when we reached out to the universities in Balochistan and the schools in Balochistan, and the number of seafarers that have entered into the stream from Balochistan has, I think it has 4 times quadrupled. So in a way, there is opportunity. We need to understand the aspect. Similarly, I would also like to touch upon the legislative framework that is now governing the maritime sector in Pakistan. When Pakistan was founded, I think there was 80 plus acts and legislative statutes that were governing our maritime sector. India synthesized all these statutes in 1958 in the Indian Maritime Act. Pakistan did this exercise in 2001, and now we have a merchant shipping ordinance that is it's an overarching legislative framework which is governing Pakistan maritime sector. It not only includes all the sort of all the changes that have taken over the years, and right now again it is under amendment. So any new change that is coming either from the international level, from IMO convention entry by Pakistan, also from our other aspect that is being taken care of by the merchant shipping ordinance. Besides merchant shipping ordinance, we have other ordinances. The Port Act is governing the administration of the port. Ports have their own acts also. So, we have Lighthouse Act that is commanding how the lighthouse administration is being done. So there is the whole array of legislative framework is there. I would like academia to look into that aspect also, and also suggest to the government how these acts can be further improved upon. Another area, the fisheries will also touch. Again, jurisdictional issues are there, but Pakistan right now, the emphasis on the untapped potential of the fisheries is very much there. Right now, I think the export potential of Pakistan, the export earning is around $500 million plus, but the potential is, I think, 5-6 times more. So recently, Pakistan government of Ministry of Maritime Affairs has approved a project that is a JICA grant project, and it is improving the Kurangi fish harbor, and it's bringing the auction hall to the quality or the compliant schedule of the EU and other countries. So efforts are being made. Aquaculture is also being emphasized. Similarly, I think 2 or 3 policies are in the offing. The shipping policy has been, a consultation has been done around that, and that shipping policy will replace the earlier policy that was that was formulated in 2001 and then amended in 2009. It will provide more avenues for the private parties to bring in to have their Pakistani flagships. Another policy that is being deliberated is the maritime policy in Pakistan. Earlier, this policy was being dealt by the Ministry of Defense. Now it is being dealt under Ministry of Maritime Affairs. It is touching upon different aspects of the blue economy. Again, the emphasis is very much there that the potential, the untapped potential of the maritime sector, it needs to be exploited and capitalized upon. Otherwise, Pakistan won't be able to compete with other regional countries. The aquaculture potential is very much there. Some work has been done, the rules have been amended, regulations have been made, and I think the work has been started, and that will lead us to start the export of the aquaculture products. I think Bangladesh is probably earning $9 billion per year from their aquaculture products, and we are also on the nascent stage. Punjab has done few very good experimentations. Sindh is also doing it, but that is another area where I think more research, more insight from the academia needs to be brought forward into. And then I would also like to touch at the area where the Hong Kong Convention, I would refer back to that. That again is a very, very highly yielding area where we can do wonders. Pakistan used to be at the forefront in 1980s. I think Pakistan was number 1, probably among the 4 countries that were there at partner, that was active over there. But right now Pakistan has been relegated to I think 3rd or 4th position, and we are continuously losing our business to Bangladesh, to India, and Oman is now coming up with Hong Kong compliance yards. UAE is working on that. Saudi Arabia is working on that. And so we need to fast forward our efforts in that area. Ministry of Maritime Affairs is very vigilantly working on that, but still I would also suggest that academia, research institutes, we need to bring all our efforts together so that we can move forward in these areas. So besides these 2 or 3 major areas, then there are few areas where I think that needs to be sort of brought forward when it comes to the maritime sector: aquaculture, shipbreaking, and then also shipbuilding. Efforts have been made. I think Pakistan has lost few years. Earlier, it was a time when 3 major shipbuilding yards were planned. They couldn't be materialized. We are still working with 1 yard, and that is also expanding. But again, I would suggest that academia come forward, do some research on that, and then we can work with the government sector, with the private sector, and we can move forward on that. With these words, I would say a very good omen for this, wishing you a very good conference ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Alia Shahed. Now, I would like to request the Vice Consul, Consulate General of Islamic Republic of Iran, Mr. Saeed Mohammad Hussain Hussaini. Sir, please come on the podium and share a few words about today's event. Thank you.
In the name of God, ladies and gentlemen, as we know, dialogue, engagement, and negotiation are rooted in the Iranian civilization. Throughout history, people of different ethnicities and backgrounds have met in the Iranian palto, where the spirit of tolerance, mutual respect, and cultural coexistence have prevailed among Iranian people. Our famous poet and globally renowned philosopher have propagated this value. Allame Iqbal Lahori has a great rule that links Iran and Pakistan to each other. Besides being good neighbors, Pakistan and Iran share deep religious, historical, and cultural bond. Our nations share a common heritage and a long history of collaboration. As neighbors, with a rich history of cultural, economic, and political interactions, the potential for our countries to achieve mutually beneficial growth and prosperity throughout strength trade ties is immense. Our nations shares a common heritage and a long history of collaboration, from ancient trade routes to modern economic ventures. Pakistan and Iran have always been linked by a shared vision. Oil, gas, and petrochemical, mining and mineral industries, renewable energies, agriculture, and food industries, technology and innovation, tourism and hospitality, transportation and logistics are the most important capacities of Iran. We are ready to cooperate with Pakistan in these fields. The Consulate General of Islamic Republic of Iran in Lahore is committed to bridge the gaps of communication and continuously consolidates the deep-rooted friendship between Iran and Pakistan and strengthening the social foundation for the healthy international relations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now moving on to the last speech, keynote speech of morning session, and with us we have Dr. Mustafa Tansır from Turkish Naval War College, and he has specialization in public international law, law of armed conflicts, law of naval warfare, and law of the sea. And he will be joining us virtually and will share Turkish perspective and practices related to maritime governance. Dr. Mustafa Tansar.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mustafa Tuncer from the Turkish National Defense University Naval War College, and today in the third International Maritime Conference at the Minhaj University Lahore, I will be giving my speech titled Onboard Protection of Civilian Vessels in Armed Conflicts under International Humanitarian Law. Before giving my speech, I would like to give thanks to organizers for inviting me and for their interest in this particular topic of law. So, today I would like to briefly talk about the general distinction in international humanitarian law in the maritime context and its importance when it comes to the protection of civilian maritime navigation. So, in this case, this can bring us in many different ways to see the importance of self-protection of civilian vessels and its repercussions under international humanitarian law when it comes to the existence of an international armed conflict at sea. Well, as you can understand, this speech will be about the interaction between law of the sea and international humanitarian law. This is important because if we talked about peacetime only, well, the law of the sea will be the main applicable legal framework. But now it's different because in many areas of the world there are armed conflicts, international, non-international, and there are maritime tensions that are easily able to transform into armed conflict. So that's why at the level of protection of rights of civilian maritime navigation, in exchange of the protection of belligerent interests, we need to find a balance. So, in order to remind you the basics of international humanitarian law, it's important to remember that there are two main categories of ships. There are warships, there are civilian vessels. Of course, there are other subcategories, but these main two categories will help us to understand the basics of international humanitarian law. Because in international humanitarian law, you can target only military targets, which means warships. And only warships can exercise acts of warfare at sea. And on the other side, we have civilian vessels which cannot be targeted unless they take a direct part in hostilities, because they are civilian objects. So we see that in contrast with other parts of international humanitarian law, this naval branch of international humanitarian, which is also called the law of naval affairs, an area of law which is platform-based. So it is an important finding on the identification of the applicable law. And of course, there are multiple areas of interaction that we can include in this context, but I would like to give a particular emphasis on this speech, which is the legality and the qualification of measures adopted by civilian vessels against piracy, armed robbery at sea, maritime terrorism, and so on, which are basically maritime security threats in the narrow sense. And it is implications under international humanitarian law in case of an armed conflict. So, what is important here, especially in the last few decades, we have seen a significant rise in piratical activities and terrorist activities at sea. So which leads us to the fact that ship owners try to implement measures to protect their ships through different measures. We have seen a number of measures such as the deployment of the privately contracted armed security personnel, vessel protection detachments, the use of self-armament, different mechanisms, etc. So we have a variety of measures adopted for this purpose. But what is more important here, under the law of the sea and under international maritime law, we see that the attitude of IMO in the past was mainly to avoid for self-armament of civilian vessels. But as I said earlier, the rise of security threats at sea, other than wars or armed conflicts, transformed this reticence of the IMO, International Maritime Organization, to a more flexible approach, according to which flag states are free to adopt legislations that would permit the use of self-armament, the deployment of the onboard protection, personnel, and so on. Under the law of the sea, it's more clear now, and there is a strong tendency of civilian vessels to use such measures. What happens in international humanitarian law? Because it's more complicated. If we talk about the historical conflicts, such as World War I, World War II, we see that the armament of civilian vessels was a very particular point of controversy. Because even at the time, there was an understanding about the distinction between armament for self-defensive purposes and armament for purposes to attack warships, if necessary. For the first category, there are some states in the past, such as Great Britain, such as France. I'm talking about First World War. Their tendency was to recognize their freedom to use these measures. However, of course, there were some states, such as Germany during World War I, which considered that all cases of armament which would trigger the transformation of civilian status into a military one, which would lead to the targeting without any further evidence. So what's the situation today? Because especially, as I said earlier, since the last few decades, we have this problem, we have this phenomenon actually. So what does the law of naval warfare say about the use of self-defensive measures such as the protection through armament, the deployment of personnel on board civilian vessels against security threats? For this purpose, we have Sarajevo warfare. It says that under paragraph 60F of Sarajevo Manual, that if a merchant vessel which belongs to enemy has armament beyond self-defensive measures, would lead that this merchant vessel would be liable to attack. So what happens with neutral merchant vessels? The same document says that the fact that a neutral merchant vessel is armed does not change its status. So we see that there is a distinction among merchant vessels, such as enemy merchant vessels and neutral merchant vessels. Both would be subject to different legal regimes, legal responsibilities, and so on. So the same holds true, actually, in the military manuals of states, which regulate the law of naval warfare issues for each particular state. According to them, there is such a distinction between armament and deployment of armed security personnel on board for self-defensive measures against piracy, against maritime terrorism, and the sufficiency of these measures to combat only these situations. So there should be a degree that merchant vessels should not exceed, otherwise this would be interpreted by some states as taking a direct part in hostilities, which would be very problematic for the qualification. But of course, there are some challenges about this, especially if you think about the modern weaponry. It's very difficult to distinguish from self-defensive and purely defensive security against security threats and armament for targeting warships and other civilian vessels. Practically, it's a bit difficult. It's very difficult because it's very hard to understand what kind of armament would allow us to do so. Because we have different parts of weaponry, such as unmanned systems, which are integrated in ships, different small weaponry that would create a very large harm and hard to identify from distance if they are designed to combat piracy or maritime terrorism. So this is a very problematic side of it. But still, the important thing there is that although there exist such difficulties about the practical side of the problem, under international humanitarian law, we cannot presume as such that if a merchant vessel carries armament, it is a military objective and is liable to attack. If we allow such a possibility under law, this would lead to destruction in case of exploitation of this scenario. So as part of the recommendation, and this will be the conclusion of my speech, that IMO, as the general agency regulating of such situations, can create a guideline for ship owners to regulate the carriage of armament, which would be accessible by all states, to say that what kind of armament those merchant vessels carry, what kind of deployment of armed security personnel has taken place, and to say if the use of these measures are suitable to fight against piracy and maritime terrorism. So the solution would be, for the practical side of it, state exclusive mechanism to monitor, to say, and to implement these measures. This would also include, in case of an armed conflict, let's say, the involvement of neutral states as protecting powers that we understand under the Geneva Conventions, the use of these states as part of the monitoring process, because these security dangers continue to exist, and there should be a balance so that belligerent states would understand that there is no threat against them by the mere carriage of armaments like that. So thank you very much for listening, and thank you very much for your time, and thanks again for the interest shown by the organizers in this speech. Have a good day.
That was Dr. Mustafa Tansar with his ever-enlightening perspective on the maritime affairs. Next, we will be joined by Dr. Talha Suhail, a board member of Maritime Research and Development Association, a proud sponsor of IMC-25. He will share his thoughts with us. Dr. Talha Suhail. Is he here with us?
Respected students, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce you to our organization. Maritime Research and Development Association is a non-governmental entity which is poised to promote maritime interests and awareness in Pakistan. We have conducted maritime exhibitions at Minhaj University Lahore Al-Hamra and Islamabad PNCA. This was the first example of using artificial intelligence in maritime paintings. Presently, we are working on generating carbon credits for Pakistan, so as a country, we would be able to get foreign exchange. I would like to take this opportunity to offer internship to 2 selected students of masters in our association. This will consist of writing articles visiting maritime-related locations in Lahore, and followed by project proposals related to the maritime field. Thank you so much.
After the insightful keynote speeches, we will proceed to our next session, which is the first panel discussion of the day. Before inviting our panelists to the stage, I would request our honorable keynote speakers to please take their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please prepare yourselves for an expedition into the enlightening discussion and thoughtful discourse on the theme of maritime regulatory and governance issues. The panel moderator will be Dr. Raja Adnan Razak, Associate Professor, Minhaj University Lahore. Sir, please take your seat on the stage. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our first panelist is a Navy veteran, Rear Admiral Naveed Ahmed Rizvi, Halal Imtiaz Military. He has served for 4 decades in Pakistan Navy at various staff and administrative appointments. He will be sharing his perspective from his expertise as a former naval officer. So please join us on the stage. A round of applause, everyone. Our second panelist is Commodore Jawad Akhtar, former advisor for maritime affairs at Planning Commission, Government of Pakistan. He will be sharing his insights regarding maritime regulatory issues. Sir, please take your seat on the stage. Our third panelist is Mr. Shehzad Atta, Director Legal for Federal Ministry of Maritime Affairs. He will share his insights regarding the maritime law and regulatory issues with reference to Ministry of Maritime Affairs. Please welcome Mr. Shehzad Atta on the stage. Our fourth panelist is Ms. Reema Shaukat. She is a researcher and a communication strategist. She will be sharing her research-based insights regarding the maritime governance issues. Please welcome Ms. Reema Shaukat. Last but not the least, our panelist will be Mr. Muslim bin Shakil, an Oman-based international admiralty and maritime lawyer, and the founder of Research Center for International Maritime Law Practice. He will be talking about the role and efforts of the academia and think tanks in promoting sustainable maritime governance. Please welcome Mr. Muslim bin Shakil on the stage. Thank you, dear panelists, for joining us. The floor is yours, Dr. Raja Adnan Razak.
Shall we? Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum everyone. Hello? Yes. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum everyone. And once again, we welcome you for this third International Maritime Conference. And the theme for this year, 2025, is Navigating Legal Waters, Upholding Maritime Law and Governance. And this is the first panel discussion. And we would be talking about maritime regulatory and governance issues. We are very lucky to have, a thorough professional in maritime affairs for this panel. And to start with, we have Mr. Muslim bin Akil. He is Oman-based maritime lawyer and founder of Research Center for International Maritime Law and Practice, a defense analyst and a visiting faculty at the National Defense University Islamabad. Then we have Ms. Reema Shaukat. She's an expert in maritime affairs, background in defense studies and journalism, holds a visiting fellowship from International Institute of Peace and Development Studies, Thailand, and Center for Analysis of International Relations, commonly known as AIR, Baku, Azerbaijan. Currently, she is with the Institute of Regional Studies, Islamabad, as a communication strategist. Then we have Right Honorable Rear Admiral Retired Naveed Ahmad Rizvi Sahab, Halal Imtiaz Military, and his lordship has prolific career in Navy for spanning over 4 decades. He's been the naval attaché to Beijing, commanded PNS Babar, commandant Pakistan Navy War College, and DG Beria University, Islamabad. Welcome, sir. Then we have Commodore Jawad Akhtar Stara Imtiaz Military, and he's a former advisor of Maritime Affairs Planning Commission, Government of Pakistan, and he's considered by many as an expert and authority on CPAC, primarily, the Gwadar port. Thank you, sir. And last but not least, we have Mr. Shahzad Atta, Director Legal, Federal Ministry of Maritime Affairs, Islamabad. And I think this is all that we have. We'll start by, this maritime affairs directly or indirectly affecting the regulatory and governance issues in Indian Ocean, or shall I put it, the Southern Ocean, as proposed by our worthy Vice Chancellor. So my first question would be to His Lordship Naveed Rizvi Sahab. Sir, you have more than 40 years in Navy. In your professional experience or opinion, how are shifting dynamics between major players like US, China, and India influencing security in the Indian Ocean?
Ji, thank you very much for inviting me. You have named China, India, US for the Indian Ocean. They are indeed the major players of this area, but we must understand that Indian Ocean, the geographical location makes it so important because a significant amount of the world energy corridor lies over here. And while this competition is on amongst the bigger players to have a hold on these resources to improve upon their own economies. And this energy is so dearly needed by all. within that Indian Ocean, our location becomes again very important, which lies at the very confluence of this energy corridor. So this is important that we should be cognizant of and alive to the emerging situation within the Indian Ocean, and we all should be, especially Pakistan, should be taking certain measures to ensure that there is a conducive or a secure sea, which was indeed the theme for the Amman dialogue as well. So we must have secure seas so that this freedom of navigation is available to all the countries. Now, this was the one aspect. Within this, another important factor is the CPAC. And as you all know, that Gwadar becomes an important place or junction from where China wants to extend its goods or import also, and that becomes a very significant location for Chinese also, so as to exercise a certain amount of freedom in this area, because he will be a direct stakeholder into this. So this overall situation is quite complex, and we need to be clear in choosing our allies and how we are going to progress from here onwards.
Thank you, sir. Commander Jawad Sahab, I mean, there are news, could be fake news or conspiracy theories that, the Indians are trying to reconstruct, or rather construct something under the sea to get connected to the Gulf and Middle East. I mean, in your, as you've been advisor to, many forums, how would you see its implementation and its potential rivalry with CPAC, BRI, or in larger canvas, the Pearl of String?
थैंक यू वेरी मच. एक्चुअल में जो ऑडियंस हैं इनको देख के पहले तो खुशी हो रही है, लाइक वी से कि हमारी कराची पोर्ट जो है ना 60% पे ऑपरेट कर रही है, एंड मोर देन 80% ऑफ द ऑडियंस आर यंग स्मार्ट गर्ल्स. आई डोंट नो कि आप में से कितने लोगों ने समंदर देखा है, लेकिन समंदर यहाँ से उतना ही दूर है जितना इस्लामाबाद से, और कराची जो है और गवादर जो है वो भी इस्लामाबाद से और लाहौर से इतने दूर हैं कि पॉलिसी मेकर्स को नज़र ही नहीं आते. मैडम, एम आई करेक्ट? ओके, थैंक यू. ये सवाल किया इन्होंने कि जी आजकल सागरमाला की बात चल रही है कि जो है इंडिया, दे आर कंस्ट्रक्टिंग एन अंडर सी टनल, जो इंडिया की नेव सेवा जो बॉम्बे है, बॉम्बे से कैसे उसको वो जीसीसी को कनेक्ट करेगी, एंड हाउ कैन दैट compete with BRI, या हाउ वो जो मॉडल है वो कोलैबोरेट करेगा विद CPAC और अदर थिंग्स. आई वाज देयर इन रियाद लास्ट मंथ, और वहाँ पे इसी टॉपिक पे डिस्कशन हो रही थी, एंड ऑडियंस, मेजर ऑडियंस वर द इंडियंस. जो हम सोच रहे हैं कि वो अंडर सी टनल बनाएंगे इतने बड़े समंदर में, जिसको हम इंडियन ओशन से सदर्न ओशियन का नाम देना चाह रहे हैं, व्हाट दे हैव डन इज, उन्होंने पिछले महीने लाइंस, एक नई लाइन जो है, लाइन की मुराद ये है जैसे आप लाहौर में बैठे हुए हैं और आप इस्लामाबाद जाना चाहें तो देयर इज अ फैसल मूवर वन लाइन. इसी तरीके से कोई और बस की लाइन होगी. इन्हीं मॉडल्स पे जो एयरक्राफ्ट्स होते हैं, एयरपोर्ट्स होते हैं, उनकी अपनी एयरलाइंस होती हैं, एंड द सेम वे जो शिप्स होते हैं इनकी अपनी शिपिंग लाइंस होती हैं. एंड दे हैव लॉन्च्ड अ न्यू लाइन जो कि फंडेड है बाय सऊदीज और ऑपरेट कर रही है बाय इंडियंस. व्हाट दे आर डूइंग इज, वो इंजन ऑफ ग्रोथ जो है एज ए सीक्वल टू चाइना, इंडिया बनाने जा रहा है इंजन ऑफ ग्रोथ. और फर्स्ट फेज में इट इज नॉट थ्रू दी टनल. उन्होंने 6 शिप्स की एक लाइन जो है वो चला दी है बिटवीन बॉम्बे एंड जद्दा, Second line again of 6 ships वो बना रहे हैं and they'll be launching in March next month, जो कि जाएगी between from again Nev Shiva to Dammam. अब होना क्या है, अगर आप यहाँ पे ये नक्शा देखें या अपने विजुलाइज करें इंटरनेशनल अफेयर्स के जो इंटरनेशनल रिलेशंस के जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं, दे आर जस्ट ऑन द ईस्ट एंड वेस्ट. एक लाइन ईस्ट से निकल रही है बॉम्बे से, वो जा रही है जद्दा. दूसरी लाइन निकल रही है अगेन फ्रॉम बॉम्बे और वो जा रही है दुक्कम. दुक्कम से वो चली जाएगी बसरा. ये जो जद्दा वाली लाइन है, जद्दा एंड दमाम, दे आर बीइंग कनेक्टेड बाय सऊदीज थ्रू रेलवे लाइन. वो रेलवे लाइन जो है दैट विल कनेक्ट इंडिया मिडल ईस्ट टू यूरोप एज ए न्यू इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर, जो कि G20 में इन ईयर दिसंबर 2023 जब इंडिया में G20 की समिट हुई थी, उसमें अमेरिका ने इसको ब्रोकर किया था. एंड दैट इज अ बिग इनिशिएटिव. टारगेट क्या है? टारगेट जहां पे BRI जाना चाह रही है, वहीं पे जो है इंडिया मिडल ईस्ट यूरोप इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर जाना चाह रहा है. एंड दे आर यूजिंग द सी विच इज पासिंग थ्रू आर वाटर्स. और इसमें अब क्योंकि इसमें सऊदीज इन्वॉल्व हो गए हैं, क्योंकि इसमें GCC कंट्रीज इन्वॉल्व हो गए हैं, दैट इज द पॉइंट जहां पे कोलैबोरेशन को हम कॉन्फ्लिक्ट में कैसे चेंज करेंगे, वो एक चैलेंज आएगा. लेकिन इट्स अ फैक्ट. आप इसको ऐसे कह सकते हैं, इन 1 ईयर जो सी फ्रेट है, जो सिर्फ इस एक लाइन में उठाना है, दैट इज ऑलमोस्ट द सेम साइज $4 बिलियन प्लस, जो कि पाकिस्तान का टोटल सी फ्रेट का बिल है, $4.5 अरब. दैट इज द काइंड ऑफ मैरीटाइम इकोनॉमी एंड दैट इज द काइंड ऑफ कोलैबोरेशन या कोऑपरेशन या कॉन्फ्लिक्ट जो कि हम नेक्स्ट डिकेड में अपने इंडियन ओशन में देखेंगे.
Very candid. Thank you. Muslim Nakil, first I was interested in this RCI MLP, very briefly, if you can talk about that. And then as a maritime affairs lawyer, what are your thoughts on the increasing military presence in Indian Ocean, in terms of effects or threats to regional stabilities?
Thank you very much. Firstly, I'm thankful to Minhaj University for giving us a chance to talk to our wider audience in terms of the young students. Basically, Research Center for International Maritime Law and Practice is a vision and a motivation from so many familiar faces that are sitting right now here who motivated us and helped us in tapping the potentials of blue economy. Research Center for International Maritime Law and Practice basically works as a research center to put up legal policy inputs through informed legal research and policy dialogues. And also we have started an initiative which is, I believe, very important, and that is the business development. Because when we are talking about the security, we are talking about the governance or the compliance. We do governance, compliance, and security when we do have something in hand. So talking about the Indian Ocean region, lastly, back in August, I was lucky enough to be part of the Near East South Asia Center for Strategic Studies at the National Defense University, Washington. So there is no doubt that for the time being, Indian Ocean region, there has been a high influx in different naval powers that includes Russia, India, and China, who have their stakes over here. And no doubt the militarization is increasing, either that is the Strait of Malacca, Djibouti, and other ports of the GCC, while when I see sitting there at the Sohar port, Oman. So right now, when we are talking about the security concerns, the foremost concern comes out to be the artificial intelligence. Secondly, it is the drone technology, which we have seen in the past few months, that what Houthis have done in destabilizing the Red Sea, all the ocean trade. And that can be the case not only with those countries, but also when we have Gawada, which is a gem in the South Asia, I must say, and which GCC also recognizes. So for that purpose, when there is militarization, Pakistan Navy, I'm really thankful to Pakistan Navy, and we always get motivated either that is Aman or the combined task force operations which they do. But when there is the increase in militarization, the security cooperations, they do get affected. So for that, Pakistan needs to go for the regional cooperation with the GCC countries, and obviously we cannot negate or neglect the factor of China. So when we are talking about the global powers, yes, global powers are now affecting, and with the change in the US government, now when we go through all the researches that are being done by the ND Washington, so we need to strengthen our military, either that is in terms of artificial intelligence, drones, missile defense. So all these things are necessary if we want to put Pakistan to the track of the blue economy, sir.
We need to keep our fingers crossed for that, yeah?
Inshallah.
Inshallah. Shehzad Ata Gil sir, as Director Legal with Ministry of Maritime Affairs, Government of Pakistan, can you talk us through to, the available mechanism for a peaceful resolution of maritime boundary disputes, especially in Indian Ocean?
First of all, I'm afraid I failed to identify what threats are there in the Indian Ocean. Like, identify me, these are the threats, these are the concerns that we can make policies upon. दूसरा मेरे साथ जो सर बैठे हैं उन्होंने कहा जी पॉलिसी में नीमा और मोमा बहुत दूर है. ये दूर की ही बातें हैं सर. मोमा बहुत, देखें, गवर्नमेंट ऐसे नहीं होता कि इनिशिएटिव्स नहीं ले रही. गवर्नमेंट इज टेकिंग इनिशिएटिव्स, बट वी हैव टू लुक एट अ वाइडर पर्सपेक्टिव. आइडियलिस्टिकली नहीं चल रहे होते. सेकेंडली, देखें, ये जो कंसर्न्स जितने भी रेज हुए अभी तक, मैरीटाइम ट्रेड इज ऑल अबाउट सप्लाई चेन इंटीग्रेशन. The more you are integrated into the global supply chain, the efficient you are. अगर इंडिया GCC के साथ और आगे यूरोप के साथ अगर अपने सी रूट्स को फोर्ज कर रहा है, and they are working on it, it's not a threat to us. We need to take initiatives to better integrate ourselves into the global supply chain. आपका CPEC है, आपका ये जो BRI के साथ आप डायरेक्ट लिंक हो रहे हैं, आप उस पर काम कर लें, rather than अगले के काम को अपना थ्रेट समझें. तो that's the perception that needs to be changed. प्लस ये जो 4.5 अरब की एक है कि जी पाकिस्तान के 4.5 अरब बाहर जाता है. आई हैव डन लॉट ऑफ रिसर्च. आई कुड नॉट फाइंड वन सोर्स वेयर दिस फिगर केम फ्रॉम. कहाँ से आया है ये फिगर? देयर इज नो ऑफिशियल डेटा फॉर इट. जो अब आपका कंसर्न है कि जी लीगली पाकिस्तान के पास क्या मैकेनिज्म है. पाकिस्तान मैरीटाइम जो आपकी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेज हैं, मैरीटाइम सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेज, कोई एक नहीं 4-5 हैं. एंड आई थिंक वो जितनी वो स्ट्रॉन्ग है दुनिया में शायद ही कोई हो. आपके रीजन के जितने भी होते हैं, श्रीलंका है, इंडोनेशिया है, आपका सऊदीया है, अक्सर और बेशतर आपकी वो प्रैक्टिस, वो नेवल प्रैक्टिस चल रही होती हैं. हमारे टेरिटोरियल जुरिस्डिक्शन में, हमारे कॉन्टिनेंटल शेल्फ तक अगर आप ले जाएं, लाइक हाईलाइट में वन इंसिडेंट जहाँ की पायरेसी और हम कुछ ना कर पाए. पाकिस्तान की फोर्सेस बहुत क्रेडिबल हैं और वो सिक्योरिटी कंसर्न्स को बहुत अच्छे से टैकल कर सकती हैं. उसके अलावा अगर आप रीजनल कोऑपरेशन डज मैटर. अगर आप लीगल फ्रेमवर्क में जाएं तो यूएन क्लॉज आ जाता है, उसको वो रेगुलेट, बेसिकली मदर लॉ तो वही है, उसके बाकी सारे डिराइव होते हैं. लेकिन सिक्योरिटी का जो एलिमेंट है, जैसे कि ये टर्किश वाले भी आए, उसको वो ह्यूमैनिटेरियन लॉ के ऊपर इन्होंने कहा, लेकिन वो वॉर स्पेसिफिक एरियाज में, जैसे आपके ऊपर मिडल ईस्ट में चल रहा है इस टाइम, यहाँ पे उसकी प्रैक्टिकलिटी ऐसे चबी तो नहीं है एटलीस्ट. और आई थिंक आवर फोर्सेज आर क्रेडिबल इनफ कि हम उनको कोई क्वेश्चन मार्क उनके ऊपर रेज करने के हमारे पास नहीं है. लीगल फ्रेमवर्क में जाएं, वी हैव गॉट द लीगल फ्रेमवर्क विद अस. आपकी ऑटोनॉमी भी हमने कुछ डिपार्टमेंट्स को दी हुई है कि वो उसके ऊपर अपने लॉज बना लें, एंड वी डू सपोर्ट देम. थैंक यू.
Thank you. Ms. Reema Shaukat, since Muslim Nakil talked about artificial intelligence and its role in the maritime affairs, I mean, you as an expert in maritime affairs, how would you see, this sort of a training or education to safeguard and trust in the ocean? Would that, AI is going to make any difference?
Thank you very much, Dr. Saab. First of all, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude and bundle of thanks to Vice Chancellor Minhaj University for organizing this third International Maritime Conference, and especially on an important subject. Before coming to AI, taking the opportunity, और सर अगर आप इजाज़त दें, the students who are sitting at the back, I would like to ask, आप में से वाकई किस ने समंदर देखा है? I mean, hardly 10% present in this hall, apart from the maritime and the naval officers. कोई ऐसी बात नहीं, मैंने खुद 24 साल की उम्र में समंदर देखा था, so it's never too late. जी बिल्कुल, टीवी पे हमने देखा है, बट सर आपकी इजाज़त से देखें, सबसे बड़ा हमारा डायलेमा ये है, मैं ये समझती हूँ कि देखें जब भी कभी छुट्टियाँ आती हैं, वी वुड लाइक टू गो टू नॉर्दर्न एरियाज़ ऑफ पाकिस्तान, बट कभी हमने अपना जो पोटेंशियल है हमारे पास इंटरनेशनल ट्रेड का, इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट का, वी हैव 1000 किलोमीटर्स, मोर देन 1000 किलोमीटर्स लॉन्ग कोस्टल लाइन जो कि कभी हमने एक्सप्लोर ही नहीं की. आई मीन अपार्ट फ्रॉम नेवल ऑफिसर्स एंड मैरीटाइम इंडस्ट्री से जो लोग एसोसिएटेड हैं, कभी आप लोगों ने सोचा है कि हम बाय रोड कराची जाके या कराची से बलूचिस्तान की तरफ ट्रैवल करें? सो सी ब्लाइंडनेस का जो एलिमेंट है दैट एग्जिस्ट in our own self. तो what to talk about artificial intelligence and other areas. देखिए जो मैरीटाइम एजुकेशन एंड डेवलपमेंट है, बिफोर कमिंग टू AI थिंग, देखिए बहुत ज़रूरी है कि बीइंग अ नेशन हमारे पास जो पोटेंशियल मौजूद है हम उसको कैसे चैनलाइज करें, कैसे एक्सप्लोर करें. इसके 2 कनोटेशंस हो सकते हैं. एजुकेशन फॉर द सी फेयरर्स इटसेल्फ. मैडम आलिया हैज़ एक जो स्टेटमेंट उन्होंने दी वो बड़ा हार्टी स्टेटमेंट थी, बड़ा अच्छा लगा सुन के हमारे पास जो इस वक्त बलूचिस्तान से बच्चे हैं, दे आर इंटरेस्टेड टू बिकम सी फेयरर. पाकिस्तान में 25 मिलियन की पॉपुलेशन में अगर सिर्फ 26,000 आपके पास सी फेयरर्स मौजूद हैं जिनकी ना ट्रेनिंग आपको पता है कि किस तरह से हो रही है, क्या एजुकेशन हो रही है, क्या उनको स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट मॉडर्न फैसिलिटीज़ दी जा रही हैं. वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट इंडिया एंड बांग्लादेश या इंडियन ओशन रीजन की बात कर रहे हैं. डू वी हैव स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट मैरीटाइम यूनिवर्सिटी और मरीन यूनिवर्सिटी जहाँ पर हमारे सी फेयरर्स को ट्रेनिंग दी जा सके? तो अनफॉर्चुनेटली नॉट. हमारी पाकिस्तान मरीन एकेडमी कराची में मौजूद है, लेकिन उसमें भी ये कहा जाता है कि जो सी फेयरर्स हैं, जो हमारे स्टूडेंट्स हैं, जो मर्चेंट नेवी के साथ एसोसिएट होते हैं, उनको जो ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है वो हैंड्स ऑन ट्रेनिंग तो है, बट कोई वहाँ पर सिमुलेटर्स उस तरह से मौजूद नहीं है, कोई स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट फैसिलिटी नहीं है. AI तो बहुत दूर की बात है. सो आई थिंक हमें खुद अपने अंदर ऐसी एफर्ट्स पैदा करनी है, कोशिशें करनी है कि देखिए जो सी ब्लाइंडनेस का एलिमेंट है, अगर एक जनरल पॉपुलस के अंदर भी एग्जिस्ट कर रहा है, मिनहाज यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर मैरीटाइम डिपार्टमेंट मौजूद है, इसको मैरीटाइम साइंसेस को, मेरीन साइंसेस को, मैरीटाइम को IR का एक परमानेंट सब्जेक्ट या एक फैकल्टी के तौर पर इंट्रोड्यूस कराना चाहिए, सो दैट नेक्स्ट जनरेशंस. हम AI की तरफ तो बात कर रहे हैं, हम रोबोटिक्स की बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन क्या हमने जो मैरीटाइम पोटेंशियल हमारा है, हमारी 90% ट्रेड जो है वो सी बोन है, विदाउट रियलाइजिंग कि हमारे इस वक्त इंटरनेशनली क्या हैपनिंग्स हो रही हैं. जो चीज़ भी होगी हमारी ट्रेड रुक जाएगा, हमारा ऑयल रुक जाएगा. वी आर नॉट रियलाइजिंग कि आर वी प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर द चैलेंजेस. सो इट इज़ वेरी मच इम्पॉर्टेंट कि बिफोर गोइंग टू AI ऑब्वियसली हमें अपने आप को इक्विप तो करना है, लेकिन जो मैरीटाइम एजुकेशन है उसके ऊपर हमने एम्फेसाइज करना है, बिकॉज अल्टीमेटली दिस लीड्स टू द इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट एंड ऑब्वियसली इट मैटर्स अ लॉट फॉर द नेशनल सिक्योरिटी ऑफ पाकिस्तान.
Thank you, Rima. I mean, everybody's talking about whether they have seen the sea or not. You know, I was growing up, you know, late 80s, and the only thing I knew about maritime affairs was, you know, this Somali Kazakh, the piracy. And it's a serious issue. I would say it's a nemesis right now. So my question would be to Admiral Saab, how do you see this legal implications of maritime piracy under international law, and how are we dealing with it, we the Pakistanis?
Ji, thank you very much. Maritime piracy is a very old problem at sea. अभी फरमा रहे थे कि कोई थ्रेट ही नहीं है इंडियन ओशन में हमारे पास. ऐसे नहीं होता, आपको अपने आप थ्रेट एमिनेट ना हो सके. पाकिस्तान जो है वो जब ये सोमालिया में पायरेसी हॉर्न ऑफ अफ्रीका के क्लोज ज़्यादा शुरू हो गई थी, एज यू मस्ट बी अवेयर, तो उसमें फिर एक US 5th फ्लीट है जो बहरीन में स्टेशनड है. इन्होंने फिर CMF एक कोलिशन मैरिटाइम फोर्सेस बनाई और उसमें पाकिस्तान ने ज्वाइन किया अर्ली 2000s में, और शिप्स, एयरक्राफ्ट और पर्सनल ऑल वर डेडिकेटेड फॉर दिस जॉब। और मैं खुद एक कमांडर टास्क फोर्स 150 भी रहा हूँ, बेस्ड इन बहरीन। जो क्राइम्स एट सी हैं उनमें पायरेसी इज़ वन विच इज़, जो काफ़ी खौफनाक भी हो सकता है। तो ये जो सोमालिया में हुई थी और ये जो अराउंड दी हॉर्न ऑफ अफ्रीका, उसमें मैनी शिप्स दे वर सब्जेक्टेड टू दिस। उसमें फिर जब ये कोलिशन बना एंड आफ्टर दैट देयर वाज अ लॉट ऑफ एफर्ट पुट इन बाय इंटरनेशनल नेवीज, और उसके बाद जाकर ये अब नाउ इट इज़ अ वेनिंग। बहुत अच्छी बात है कि बड़े एफर्ट के बाद ये एक बहुत हद तक इसको कंट्रोल कर लिया गया, बट इट डजंट मीन कि ये कभी दोबारा नहीं होगा। वन, इसी तरह आपको ये भी पता होगा कि ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग है, ह्यूमन स्मगलिंग है, आर्म स्मगलिंग है, और नारकोटिक्स हैं, और मैरीटाइम टेररिज्म। अच्छा खैर वो एक अगेन, अब हम इसको क्या कहेंगे, ये मैरीटाइम टेररिज्म है जो हूतीज करते हैं विद इन द रेड सी ऑन दी मर्चेंट शिप्स, जिसके अंदर उनका कार्गो जा रहा है इजराइल का। सो मेरे ख्याल में हम उसको टेररिज्म नहीं कहेंगे। तो जो सी के ऊपर इश्यूज हैं वो कॉम्प्लेक्स होते हैं और डिफ़िकल्ट होते हैं। जैसे फॉर्मली बताया गया सुबह में कि लैंड के लॉज और आपके अपने लॉज, फिर जो इंटरनेशनल लॉज हैं और जो रीजनल लॉज हैं और जो लोकल या नेशनल लॉज हैं, इनका जो इंटरप्ले है ये देखना पड़ता है बहुत सी चीज़ों में। सो इट इज़ अ लिटिल कॉम्प्लेक्स। सो कमिंग बैक टू पायरेसी, पाकिस्तान हैज़ वेरी एक्टिवली बीन इनकॉर्पोरेटेड इनटू दैट कोलिशन, और उसके अलावा पाकिस्तान ने अपने भी सेल्फ एज पाकिस्तान नेवी took a lot of initiatives and carried out policing role along the coast। जो हमारा एरिया है, जो हमारे टेरिटोरियल वाटर्स है, हमारा एक्सक्लूसिव इकोनॉमिक जोन है, हमारा कॉन्टिनेंटल शेल्फ है, इस सब के एरिया जिसके हम डायरेक्टली रिस्पॉन्सिबल हैं, वी इंश्योर कि ये यहाँ पर किसी भी किस्म की मैरीटाइम क्राइम या रिलेटेड चीज़ें ना हों। सो दैट इज़ हाउ आई थिंक वी आर contributing to it.
Since we have a larger audience, outside this hall and, through net and stuff, so I would request that, everybody, I'm sure your English is better than mine, all of you. And if you're going to, reply in English, so that would be easier for the international audience who are connected with us. So that was a simple request. And Commodore Sahab, the PM recently approved the recommendation of the task force on maritime. How do you see the challenges in implementing those recommendations, especially in the backdrop of creating a new maritime authority?
Difficult question. Okay, ji, Prime Minister of Pakistan has approved something like 126 recommendations which were put forward by the task force on maritime. The first impact of those recommendations, even before they were presented, was they saved the Ministry of Maritime Affairs as Ministry of Maritime Affairs. Just before 2 months back, there was a news in Dawn that the Ministry of Aviation or Aviation Division and Maritime Affairs Division, they are being transferred or merged as components of Ministry of Defense. But the impact of last 6 months in maritime arena, if we see, it is the Feb 2025, and in January and February 2025 only, this is the 6th workshop on maritime affairs. In Pakistan, in none other sector, there has been 6 workshops by NIMA, by Minhaj, by Navy, by Ministry of Maritime Affairs, they had 2, by DG Ports and Shipping, they had on the shipping policy, and tomorrow they also have a workshop on national maritime policy. So all these workshops of 2025 only, 2 months, had an impact on the policymakers, on the politicians, to think maritime affairs as a separate entity, not as part of anybody else, because the maritime, the 11 components of maritime, 3 of which are the part of the Ports and Shipping Department, they create money. Like your Karachi port, it created 10 billion rupees last year. Port Qasim, they gave something like 40 billion rupees. PNSC, also, although we say they have less number of ships, but it is the largest organization, state-owned enterprise, which is in profit. So all components, all 11 components of the maritime sector, the maritime ministry, they are in profit. But the issue is of the governance. Like you see, Pakistan came into being in 47, and the capital was shifted somewhere in mid-60s. Capital came to Pakistan, but DG Ports and Shipping is still at Karachi, because Karachi is the maritime component or the maritime capital of Pakistan. You just can't take Karachi or Port Qasim out of Pakistan's capital infrastructure. Now, with this background, the Prime Minister was still not satisfied what is going on with this ministry, and there was a new task force created to have a third-party audit. And that third-party audit led to creation of 99 major recommendations and 27 minor recommendations of all the infrastructure, all the ports, harbors, policies, governance. And you see, 70% of those recommendations, they are the mandate of Ministry of Maritime Affairs. Now the challenge. There are so many task forces. Even now, there's a new task force for Gwadar, making its marketing plan. What was the need for the task force, sir? The task forces are created to know or to have a thorough understanding or crystal clear recommendations in a field. And those recommendations are there, but the recommendation never goes into action unless 2 things are done. Firstly, it is made as rule of business part. If that is made, that recommendation is approved and made as the duty of DG Ports and Shipping, that will have the consistency. If the government changes, the recommendation goes. But if the recommendation is made part of rules of business, it stays there. Secondly, the question was about the Maritime Authority. Aapke Vice Chancellor साहब ने भी इस पे बात की. This concept was broached in 2017 as part of the National Transport Policy. There are 2 pages on maritime in National Transport Policy, and the last point is we need to have an independent authority. Challenge. We had a CPEC authority. I was the deputy head of that project. The authority went away because our constitution doesn't allow creating authority over authority. How to carve the space? For carving the space, now somebody has been hired, people are working on that. In tandem, what the government has done, or one of the recommendations is to change the nomenclature from chairman to CEOs. Like PNSC, it will have the CEO. Karachi Port Trust will have a CEO. Port Qasim will have a CEO. If the CEOs are there, trust has an independent operating mechanism. The word authority, whether that is LDA, that is WAPDA, that is NHA, that is GPA, that is PQA, they have specific legislative authorities. अगर आप उनसे वो authorities लेंगे, तो कैसे लेंगे? That is the challenge number 1. Challenge number 2, having the right man at the right place. The ministry, we have more people from the Ministry of Maritime Affairs, and I was part of the CCIR, Cabinet Committee on Institutional Reforms, which was made in year 2021. And after a lot of fight, we were able to get 1 additional secretary. And they were going to get away with NIO. It was just not possible to stop them. but somebody helped, and we were able to get the NIO back in the system. Unless the ministry doesn't have those specialists, those who are from those respective fields as component of the ministry, they will not be rightly propagated or rightly presented. Third part, out of almost like 30% recommendations fall in the mandate of two organizations, FBR and the provinces. Like we have said, there are issues after 18th Amendment with the provinces. If we have to look for something for Gadani, the issue goes with government of Balochistan. If we have to look something for resolving Gawadar's water or power issues, we have to look towards Quetta. If we have to go for another coastal highway, or if we need to have the connectivity of Gawadar through M8 to Sindh or the western alignment, it goes through again the respective provinces, how to get them on board. So the challenges are more. The best part is, out of those 126 recommendations, even if 40 make it to the rules of business, that would be an achievement.
The message is loud and clear, Commodore sir. Shahzad Atta, are we cooperating enough in terms of, with the neighboring countries in terms of maritime security in the region? Same kind of question to you one more time.
Yet again, my question would be, what threats do you foresee? Plus, हम कर रहे हैं काम, आप पाकिस्तान मैरीटाइम सिक्योरिटी फोर्स जो है ये आए दिन नेवल एक्सरसाइजेस कर रही है, तो आई थिंक वी आर स्ट्रॉन्ग इनफ. बट I would having said this, I think I've answered your question. I would come back to what Commodore Sahab was saying. जो टास्क फोर्स ने, एक चीज़ मैं वाजे कर दूँ कि जो टास्क फोर्स ने बहुत सारे काम जो हमें कहे हैं, more than 80% of those tasks were already undertaken by the ministry. हम उसके ऊपर पहले से ही काम कर रहे हैं. चेयरमैन और CEO डिफरेंट, वो सिनोनिम्स नहीं रहे. SOE जो है, स्टेट ओन्ड एंटरप्राइज एक्ट आया, उसके तहत चेयरमैन का रोल डिफरेंट हो गया, वो चेयरमैन ऑफ द बोर्ड ही रह गया. जो CEO है वो डे टू डे फंक्शंस के अंदर आ गया. तो यू नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड द बाइफर्केशन बिटवीन द टू. फिर जो अथॉरिटी की बात की जाती है, जी सिंगल पोर्ट अथॉरिटी बना लें, बनाने में तो बना लें. पॉइंट बीइंग, व्हाट फंक्शंस वुड इट परफॉर्म, हाउ दोज फंक्शंस वुड बी डिफरेंट फ्रॉम व्हाट द मिनिस्ट्री इज अंडरटेकिंग और व्हाट द पोर्ट्स आर अंडरटेकिंग. Plus, in my research, I'm an LLM from Queen Mary in insurance and shipping law. Plus, I've got 10 years of experience in this particular field. मैंने पोर्ट्स भी बहुत स्टडी की हैं. अभी DGPS के साथ हम पूरा पोर्ट्स की रिवैम्पिंग कर रहे थे, कानून की. बिजनेस हम रिवाइटलाइज कर रहे थे. एंड इन आवर अंडरस्टैंडिंग, एवरी पोर्ट हैज़ अ वेरी यूनिक डायनामिक. आप क्लब नहीं कर सकते हो कुछ पोर्ट्स को मिला के कि ये एक अथॉरिटी उसके ऊपर बिठा दें, unless those ports share similar dynamics. Characteristics उसके सेम हो. अगर GPA का, PQA का और KPT तीनों पोर्ट्स के डायनामिक्स बहुत फ़र्क हैं और इनको क्लब करके एक अथॉरिटी पर बिठा देना, पर्सनली, अब ये मिनिस्ट्री का ओपिनियन नहीं है, ये मेरा अपना ओपिनियन है. आई डोंट सी अ पॉइंट इन इट. फिर आप उस फंक्शनैलिटी को या तो आप प्रिस्क्राइब कर दें या फिर उसके वो हर चीज़ रूल्स ऑफ बिजनेस में नहीं होती. देखें, जो आपका कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है वो हर चीज़ डिफाइन नहीं करता. इसी तरह रूल्स ऑफ बिजनेस में अगर आप हर बारीकी लिखना शुरू हो जाएंगे तो आई थिंक वो एग्जॉस्टिव लिस्ट कभी भी नहीं आपको आती, उसमें ज़्यादा ग्रे एरिया और एम्बिग्विटी आ जाएगी. फिर
Jawad sir would like to chip in very briefly, sir.
जी सर, एक्चुअल में द पॉइंट इज अथॉरिटी का जो स्पेस है, that is to be created from the functions. Like the Port Qasim, they have a big requirement of the dredging. Their now channel is like 12.5 meters, the outer channel. The inner channel is even, I think 11.5 or something. And that channel is not available 24/7, and there's a requirement to have another channel, navigational channel, for which the World Bank has done a study. Karachi port also requires dredging. Pasni Fish Harbour is closed for last 12 years. because of non-dredging. I was behind the maintenance dredging of the Gwadar port, and we were not able to find one person except MU, Meran Engineering Works, or Bahria Foundation. And we had to request Chinese that we need an immediate dredging to get it back to 12.5 meters or 13 meters between Pier 1 and Pier 2. By 2030, just after 5 years, our growth will be increasing by something like 15 to 20%. By 2047, we will be crossing, this is the World Bank study, by 2047, we'll be crossing our maximum threshold. Even if today, Karachi port is at 60%, Port Qasim is at 70%, by 2047. Once Pakistan will be at 100, we will require more ports who will do this important function of dredging, number one. Second function, all the ports of the world, they are operating on different models. Pakistan has gone from the authority model to the landlord model. Your ports in Oman, your ports in Dubai, all the ports, all the berths of Port Qasim. And that is why Port Qasim is in profit. Once they'll go into the private business model, the space will be created for tugging operations, for berthing operations, for pilotage. They all will be privatized. Who will have one yard for everybody? Thirdly, our ports, even Karachi port, is no more a major port. Only feeder ships. Feeder ships की मिसाल ये है, अगर आप बाहर जाएं और एक टन का शाहजोर चल रहा हो और साथ ही एक 40 feet container चल रहा हो. Now those bigger ships, they are either going to Salalah, your Maersk is going to Salalah, or they are going to Dubai, or they are going to Sri Lanka. There are obvious reasons. If we need to have a major port bringing back Karachi as a major port, we need to have our own feeders. Non-availability. Since 2004 till today, none of the PNSC ships has ever entered in Gwadar port. They don't have small ships. They can't enter. But if you have your own port and that port is not operating, somebody is to think in unique ways. Who will think in those unique ways for having connectivity between the ports? Somebody else than the ports. That is the concept, and that is why the space is to be carved or created for synergy and having more money from this business.
Thank you very much. And Muslim Akil, what are our key,
has been written about governance. I've been listening to the talks by the eminent. When we are talking about the ministerial ministry is the one that is going to since the law officer for the maritime affairs is here, there are certain crimes. So for example, piracy, smuggling, pollution, and you name it. We have to follow up a word. I'm not talking from the military lens, but it is the truth. If we want to develop a real blue economy governance model, we have to opt for the way we call it as lawfare. Lawfare is the use of law as a weapon of war in terms of devising a mechanism in which we can either opt the mechanisms from the UN clause, from the Marpol conventions, and Antwerp rules. You just name it. Either it is about delivering the maritime education, it is about bringing artificial intelligence or the modern technologies. We need to go through the mechanism of lawfare, that how we are going to do this. For example, we have been talking about the task force, and same as Commodore Saab just said, that we also heard that the Ministry of Maritime Affairs and the Aviation is going to get merged in the Ministry of Defense. So how much we understand that how important is blue economy for Pakistan. So when we will first realize that what actually blue economy is, what is the potential, how the future is going to get impacted by it, what is the importance of Gwadar port, then we will be in some position to make a governance model by looking into the future implications, the future upcomings, and then getting to the solutions. Making up policies without having solid grounds, without having the root causes, I'm sorry to say that we cannot make up 100% governance model. While I was teaching at the National Defense University, Islamabad, in the Governance and Public Policy Department, I started the chit-chat about the blue economy because what I felt that all our students, either they are from the strategic studies, they are from the international relations, they are from the governance and public policy, they were unaware for the term blue economy. This is my very humble suggestion, because all those who are sitting in front of me, they are the masters of this field. But what I have experienced from my learning is, it is not only a theoretical thing or a theoretical perspective that we should say, okay, we are going to follow up the MARPOL, or we are going to follow the IMO, or we are going to do this and that. We need to have a very, very solid concept, and that concept should trickle down to our coming generations, so we might be able, utilizing their innovative, fresh minds, to make up a legal skeleton, a blue maritime legal skeleton, through which we can govern the Indian Ocean region. Believe you me, sitting in Oman, sitting in Doha, sitting in Dubai, sitting in Riyadh, there was a very big maritime conference recently, sir, in Riyadh. Believe me, Gwadar doesn't need South Asia to run it. South Asia needs Gwadar. And this is what we really need to understand. And this is the pinpoint where we will start how to govern our blue ocean waters. Thank you.
And what are the key sort of irritants hindering the development of maritime education in developing countries like Pakistan? Very briefly, I'm sorry.
I think as a developing country, we need to come out of this continental mindset. We should start looking toward our economic potential in the form of ocean or the sea we have. And in that way, we can address the challenge which is present in the form of sea blindness among us. Secondly, I think the coastal communities which are present around our 1,000-kilometer long coastal line present in Sindh and Balochistan, they should be taken on board. They should be there should be more awareness campaigns among the coastal communities so that the sea blindness challenge should be overcome by the nation as a whole. And obviously for the economic development and national security, like they should be aware of the potential they have, and simultaneously, I think I always showcase and say that we are a very bad storyteller. We don't tell our story, our success stories to the rest of the world. We should use this digital platform. Media awareness campaigns should be extensively launched to overcome this sea blindness challenge. And also, I think, as Admiral Saab was mentioning earlier in the morning, like jewels on the coast should be identified and they should be brought to the mainstream channels so that we should be aware that what kind of potential we have. And we should convert our threats into our assets. Like our youth, it should not be a bulge for us, but it should be, or a burden for us, but this youth bulge should be an asset for us. And Shahzad was talking about the threats which are present. Like Shahzad, we should know that with the Indo-Pacific strategy, which is specifically designed for Indian Ocean region, and on the other side we have this global security initiative. Pakistan is the only country which is going to be hard pressed during this great game war which is going to be played, or the sea will be the theater for it. So I think Pakistan should be well equipped in the form of artificial intelligence, be it in the form of modern shipping, be it for the training of seafarers. Last month I had a chance to go to Tsunami Museum Center in Sri Lanka, and believe you me, after 20 years they are fully able to bear another tsunami. Like they have equipped themselves fully, they know what kind of challenge if tsunami comes to their country again, they are fully prepared for them. So why not we? We have all the potential available with us. We have all the modern facilities. So I think we should take on board, and we all as stakeholders, we all as representatives of this nation in our domain and our humble capacity, we should come forward and display and showcase Pakistan's success story and the Pakistan's maritime potential to rest of the world.
I wish we had more time for question answer, but I'm afraid we are running short of time. So it's been very educational, panel discussion. We talked about regulatory and governance issues in Indian Ocean, threats to regional stability, resolution of maritime boundary disputes, piracy, my favorite, human trafficking, smuggling, maritime cooperation, and the very important issue of maritime education and training. I mean, the take home would be, the recipe would be, that ensure measures to protect our maritime interests, more education and professional training, not only to the people who are associated with, maritime affairs, but the public at large. And that would be the end of it. And I thank the audience for their patience. And I thank the panelists for coming all the way from Islamabad, other places, taking some of their precious time out for this short, panel discussion. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Okay. No, please keep sitting, No, there are no questions. We are very thankful for initiating an enlightening discourse and fruitful discussion on the crucial topic of maritime regulatory and governance issues. Dear audience, today's conference is being telecasted in different regions of the world and also at Lahore, at Islamabad and Karachi through the NIMA Center, and we are being watched by the people around the world, and our proceedings are being observed by them. So we are very thankful to our panelists, and now may I kindly request Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, sir, please come forward and distribute souvenirs to our esteemed keynote speakers and panel participants. Also, I would like to share here that we have Minhaj University Lahore has the membership of United Nations Academic Impact, and under that we are working for the 17 SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, that have been decided by the United Nations, and it's set to be achieved by 2030. And we are also doing our work. We are also trying to contribute for achieving the Sustainable Development Goal that is set for the whole world. So we have the 17 ambassadors for 17 goals, and they are here with us. Student, please come to stage. All right. The first souvenir is presented to Vice Admiral Ahmed Saeed, Hilal Imtiaz Military, President, National Institute of Maritime Affairs. So thank you so much for joining us and delivering the keynote speech. We are very grateful to you that you are here. The next is Mr. Saeed Muhammad Hussain Hussaini, Vice Consul of the Consulate General of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for coming. Ms. Alia Shahir, Director General Port and Shipping Wing, Ministry of Maritime Affairs. Thank you, madam, for coming all the way from Karachi to join this conference. We are very thankful to you. Ms. Alia Shahir. And now the souvenir will be presented to our learned panelists. First, I would like to request Rear Admiral Naveed Ahmed Rizvi, Hilal Imtiaz Military, So thank you so much for sharing your insights with us. Commodore Jawad Akhtar, Sitara Imtiaz Military, sir, please receive your souvenir. Mr. Shehzad Atta, Director Legal, Ministry of Maritime Affairs, sir, please receive your souvenir. Ms. Reema Shaukat, thank you for coming. And Mr. Muslim bin Nakil, thank you for joining today's panel discussion. And now to the man who anchored this discussion, Raja Adnan Razak. Sir, please come forward. Thank you so much. I request all of you to please take your seats. Okay, before moving to your seats, please assemble for the group photo, and I will request the panelists and the keynote speakers to please come. Please come forward for the group photo. Rear Admiral Hamad Hussain Syal, so please join us. Ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end of the morning session. And before moving on to the lunch, let me share the rest of the program. That now you will have the lunch and refreshment, and after that there will be two concurrent sessions, technical session A and technical session B. And you are all requested to join the technical session after lunch at 1:15. And after technical session, you will join here in the same hall at 2:30. And there will be the keynote speeches followed by the panel discussion on maritime operational and technical. And before proceeding to the lunch and the prayer break, you will be assisted by the convener and ushers to escort you.
Facilitation Cell, SIFC, should drive investment and coordinate offshore resource exploration. Third, establishing a national seabed authority under the Ministry of Maritime Affairs will ensure efficient governance, hydrographic surveys, policy developments, issuing exploration and extraction licenses, and a phased approach, of course, feasibility approach, stakeholders, consultation, policy approvals, will position Pakistan as a key player in the regional DSM industry. Well, to wrap up it, Pakistan stands at a critical juncture. Either it remains a bystander in the DSM race or it takes decisive action to secure in maritime resources. By implementing a structured, phased approach, Pakistan can transform its seabed resources into a cornerstone of national development. However, time is of the essence. With DSM rapidly evolving into a global competition, Pakistan must act now to claim its share of this emerging frontier. Ladies and gentlemen, your time and attention mean more to me rather than the rare earth mineral found in the deep sea. Thank you very much.
That was a very thought-provoking presentation on maritime affairs. More clapping. We need more clapping. I would now like to invite Ms. Rabia Shafiq. She's a research associate at NIMA at Minhaj University Lahore. Ma'am, please.
मेरे फेस तक पहुंचे नहीं Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed scholars, and fellow researchers. I am Rabia Shafiq, Research Associate, Center of Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs. I'm honored to present my research on the challenges of implementing Sustainable Development Goals 14. Basically, the Sustainable Development Goals 14 adopted by the United Nations in 2015 provide a global roadmap for addressing key environmental, economic, and social challenges. Among these, SDGs 14 is dedicated to conserving and sustainability using oceans, seas, and marine resources. Ladies and gentlemen, my presentation focuses on the challenges of implementing Sustainable Development Goals, particularly in integrating environmental sustainability into maritime policies in the Indian Oceans. Ladies and gentlemen, this goal is critical for ensuring, next slide please. This goal is critical for ensuring marine biodiversity conserving, sustainable fishing management, reduction of marine pollutions, protection of coastal ecosystem. The Indian Ocean, a vital marine ecosystem. Next slide, please. The Indian Ocean is the third largest ocean in the world, connecting Asia, Africa, and Australia. It supports diverse marine ecosystems such as coral reef, mangroves, and deep sea habitats, which are essential for global biodiversity. Moreover, it serves as a major trade route with strategic shipping lanes facilitating global economic exchange. According to these challenges requires the integrations of sustainability focuses maritime policies that align with SDGs 14. Next slide. Challenges in implementing SDGs 14 in the Indian Oceans, like overfishing, unsustainable fishing practices, marine pollution and waste management, climate change and environmental degradations, governance and institutional challenges. Next slide. Objectives of the study. This research aims to identify the socio-ecological and governance challenges affecting SDGs 14, highlights key barriers such as overfishing, pollutions, and climate impacts. Next slide. Research gap. Despite global commitment to sustainable development, despite the global commitment to sustainable development goals, which emphasize the conservation and sustainable use of oceans, such as seas and marine resources, there remain significant gaps in research regarding the integrations of environmental sustainability into maritime policies in the Indian Ocean region. These gaps hinder effective policy makings and the implementations of the SDGs 14. Next slide. Research methodology. These studies adopt a qualitative research approach to explore the challenges in implementing SDGs 14 in the Indian Ocean. Next slide. Conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, the Indian Ocean faces several environmental threats like biodiversity, economic stability, and human livelihood. Despite global efforts, SDGs 14 for implementation remains slow due to weak enforcement of maritime policies, limited regional cooperations, economic pressure overriding sustainability measures. Ladies and gentlemen, to overcome these barriers, policymakers must strengthen fishers management to control overfishing, enforce pollution control measures to prevent maritime degradations, develop climate change adaptation policy to address sea level. Recommendations. To protect the Indian oceans and achieve SDGs 14, we need stronger policies and collaboration. Here are some key recommendations, like strengthen regional cooperations, build institutional financial capacity, implement strict pollution control, develop climate strategic, promote stakeholder engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude the discussions, the Indian Ocean is at risk due to our fishing pollution, climate change, and weak governance. Implementation SDGs 14 requires strong policies, regional cooperations, and sustainable practices. The good news, if we take action now, we can protect marine life, support coastal communities, and ensure a healthy oceans for future generations. Let's work together to make sustainable oceans a reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Your presentation has brought a great depth to our session with a great insight of marine conservation and environmental technologies that can be in place to conserve our marine species that are present in our Indian Ocean. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Najibul Haq Tabish to deliver his paper. Sir, please join us on stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I am thankful to NIMA and Minhaj University Lahore for providing me the opportunity to present my paper in 3rd International Maritime Conference. It's really an honor for me to be a part of this amazing platform. The topic of my research paper is Strategies to Reduce Marine Plastic Pollution in Developing Countries. I will start with the introduction of the topic. The marine environment is the vast body of water that covers 71% of Earth's coverage. Currently, plastic pollution has become a serious concern over almost all parts of ocean basins, irrespective of developed or underdeveloped regions in the world. Marine plastic pollution is a local and a global problem which is polluting the marine ecosystem. MPP is mostly generated from land-based sources. These land-based resources across the globe and almost 10 million tons of plastic are dumped into the ocean of the world annually. Plastic pollutions are abundantly accumulating in marine environment with adverse effects on ecological aspects, marine life, including biodiversity, economic activities, and human health. This article highlights the issues of maritime plastic pollution and proposes strategies along with policy recommendations to reduce marine plastic pollution in developing countries. Objectives. The main objective of this research paper is to highlight sources and impacts of marine plastic pollution and strategies for reducing marine plastic pollution. Literature review. Maritime plastic pollution is a complex issue requiring a multifaceted approach. This literature review highlights the need for continued research to develop effective solutions and policies. Addressing this environmental problem necessitates a collaborative effort from government, industries, and individuals worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, almost 8 million metric tons of plastic enters the ocean from the land annually. Over 75% of marine plastic litter items are accumulated from land-based sources. Plastic creates $13 billion of damage to marine ecosystem annually. Around 80% of marine plastic pollution, around 80% of marine pollution is from plastic. Almost 67% of all fish species have ingested plastic. About 335 million metric ton of plastic is created annually, and half of this plastic is single-used. Ladies and gentlemen, marine plastic pollution has increased 10 times since 1980s. Marine plastic pollution is affecting 86% of marine turtle, 44% of seabirds, and 43% of marine animals. Plastic debris with counts of 5 trillion, weighing more than 260,000 tons, is floating over the world's ocean surface as a result of improper waste disposal. Strategies to reduce marine plastic pollution. Global, regional, and national initiatives are required. Implement extended producer responsibility. Encourage manufacturers to design sustainable packaging and take responsibility for waste management. Establish effective waste management infrastructure. Enact legislation to reduce single-use plastic. Promote sustainable fishing practices. Support research and development. Eco-friendly concepts for controlling plastic pollution. Reuse, recycle, and reduce. Collaborative approach for plastic-free zones. Engagement with business companies are required. Awareness and capacity building campaigns, scientific investigations, and monitoring. In short, plastic pollution causes various ecological impacts at the individual, assemblage, and ecosystem levels. Accumulation of plastic debris cause not only negative ecological consequences to the ecosystem, but also threatening to the socio-economic aspect of human life in various ways. However, the ecological and socio-economic impacts of plastic pollution are interconnected. Environmental issues by plastic pollution mark the importance of an integrated approach with international, regional, and national efforts as mitigatory strategies to improve plastic waste management by reducing the load of plastic garbage patches in the world ocean. Strengthening global partnership and agreement is essential for addressing the transboundary issue of marine plastic pollution. Recommendations. Reduce single use of plastic. Promote the use of biodegradable material. Implement recycling programs. Develop new technologies and solutions. Develop international cooperation and agreements. Enact legislation to reduce the use of plastic. Establish effective waste management infrastructure. At the end of my presentation, I congratulate CRIMA, Minhaj University Lahore, for organizing such a successful conference. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, for such a comprehensive and insightful presentation. Your presentation has brought us with the intellect to combat and reduce marine plastic pollution that is present in our oceans. Now, I would like to call on stage Ms. Hira Sarwar, and please join us on stage.
सर मेरी प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं है
आप प्लीज व्हाट्सएप कर दें, मैं दोबारा प्ले करवा देता हूँ इतनी देर तक. Ma'am, apologies for the intrusion. Now I would like to call Dr. Saira to present her paper. Ma'am, please join us on stage. We need more claps.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. A very good evening actually, or afternoon I would say, because you know it's raining and it's going to be evening very soon probably. First of all, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University Lahore, and to the organizers of this conference for organizing this much needed conference on the subject of maritime law and governance, actually. And thanks to Minhaj University for having me here and providing me with this opportunity to extend my knowledge and expertise on the subject of maritime law. Today, the topic of my presentation is ship source marine pollution, legal theory, law and practice, and the regime of Pakistan in perspective. Introduction. Pakistan as a maritime nation is endowed with a lengthy coastline, numerous marine resources, natural harbors, and a sizable volume of trade, sea trade actually. Ship source marine pollution is a maritime menace which continues to harm the marine environment and also cause damage to persons and property, in particular in the event of a serious oil spill. The principal purpose of this paper is to address the private law side of the ship source marine pollution equation, focusing on the legal regime of Pakistan. There are multifarious ways in which ship source pollution occurs, including operational discharges from ships, accidental oil spills caused by casualties, and deliberate dumping of waters at sea in the maritime zones and waters of Pakistan. Unregulated pollution increases the level of acidification in the waters, resulting in destruction of marine resources and reduction in fish production. Pakistan should join all relevant international conventions and implement them domestically. There is a dire need to revise the old and obsolete maritime law framework and to produce new and innovative law. It is expedient to review and revise the general legal theory of ship source marine pollution in the context of Pakistan's policy considerations in this field. Objectives. The principal purpose and objective of this paper is to address the private law side of the ship source marine pollution equation, focusing on a critical analysis of the legal regime in Pakistan as a common law jurisdiction. This paper provides an overview of the legal theory of ship source marine pollution from the perspective of both private and public legal regimes in Pakistan. To point out lacunas in the national law in both public and private regimes and commensurate proposals for their improvement and refinement are made. To critique the positive and negative aspects of the respective legal regimes of Pakistan and to make suggestions for improvement as and when necessary. To highlight the dire need for an integrated national maritime policy. Literature review. There are three thematic areas, actually themes, of this research study and corresponding literature to be reviewed. These are in the order presented: ship source marine pollution, legal theory, law in practice, and the regime of Pakistan in perspective. The categories of source materials are the public law conventions starting with UNCLOS, private law conventions on ship source marine pollution, national legislation, domestic case laws, decisions of national courts, and decisions of the International Oil Pollution Compensation Funds, IOPC, as may be relevant, and semi-text, namely books, monographs, articles published in learned journals. Pakistan produced its first national maritime policy in 2002, which needs to be updated with the changing circumstances. The revision exercise has already begun at the national level with a broader vision. In Pakistan, the public perception of what prevails in the maritime sector is rather limited. Most people consider it to be attached and linked with the transportation of goods by sea and nothing more. This mindset is led by the limited source materials, which leads to a lack of understanding of other facets of this factor, particularly the impacts of ship source pollution damage, including the associated law and policy perspectives tied to this phenomena. Methodology. This study employs a qualitative research method. As this study is a socio-legal study, so it combines both interpretative and descriptive research methods. Lastly, the descriptive philosophy is used to describe the current position of the working of relevant international authorities and bodies and the gaps in implementation measures in Pakistan. Results and discussion. Regarding public law regulatory conventions adopted under the auspices of IMO, Pakistan is a party to most of them, in particular MARPOL, the most important of all dealing with ship source marine pollution. After experiencing the horrendous pollution damage to marine life and people living in the vicinity of Tasman spirit oil spill in 2005, the government acceded to CLC 1992 with the IMO. Under this convention, compensation for damage resulting from ship source oil pollution is payable without any contribution from the state parties. So safeguards against damage caused by ship source oil pollution to the coastal line and coastal waters extending to the outer limits of the exclusive economic zone and coastal interests such as fisheries resources are still inadequate. So it would now be in the wider interest of the country to initiate efforts necessary to join the Fund Convention 1992, which will undoubtedly further enhance the compensation regime of Pakistan. Conclusion. Pakistan is fortunate enough to be a maritime country of great importance, but is yet to realize all its rich and underutilized maritime potentials to become a successful blue economy and rise up to meet the associated challenges. Karachi is the largest city, the economic hub of the country, and a port city situated on the coast. In order to take in the prevailing international trends, Pakistan needs expertise and professionals with credentials of the highest order in the maritime field. No doubt about it, actually. Recommendations. Further to the discussion on ship source marine pollution in the respect of maritime sector of Pakistan, the following recommendations are to be made for the attention of the government and its associated bodies. Number one, to generate a new upgraded national integrated maritime policy. Number two, to instigate provincial governments to take appropriate steps in accordance with the national policy and law on marine pollution to protect fisheries resources, coastal waters, and offshore installations. Then join international conventions on ship source marine pollution and implement them through national legislation. Fourth, to develop a national compliance and enforcement mechanism. That is, actually, we are lacking in this. So in respect of the regulatory and penal law in the field of ship source marine pollution, I haven't seen any concrete integrated marine policy. I mean, what I see is a kind of segregated laws in different respects, So, I mean, we need to work on it as a nation. Lastly, increase public awareness of the effects of marine pollution on everyday life and foster knowledge and understanding of the relevant law among decision makers. Lastly, make the roles of national coordination bodies like National Maritime Affairs Coordination Committee and the Joint Maritime Information and Coordination Center more robust and extended. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. That was a very excellent presentation. For those of our guests that has joined us recently, I would like to briefly explain about the theme of our technical session. This session, we will discuss the maritime management and technology with a special focus on maritime waste management system, new technologies, our ports, smart ports, and modern logistics. This technical session was arranged by Karima. Karima is a dedicated hub for advancing research, policy development, and technical innovation in maritime sector. Under the patronage of Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad, Karima aims to bridge academics, industry, and policymakers to address the emerging challenges in global maritime affairs. And that is a very proud moment for us, sir. Thank you. In this session, we had a keynote speaker that had joined us all the way from Africa. His name was Mr. Fidel Amakai. Then we had Ms. Saira Dar. She had done her PhD in international maritime law all the way from China. We are proud to have you here, ma'am. Then we had Mr. Najibul Haq. He has done his MPhil in international relations and is currently a lecturer in Cadet College, Okada. We also had Ms. Saida Fiza Shah. and she has joined us from Pakistan Navy War College, and she has done her MPhil in Peace and Counterterrorism from our own Minhajul Quran University. We had our own research associate, Dr. Ms. Rabia Shafiq. She was from our own Kanima Center. So now continuing with the presentations, I would now like to call Ms. Hira Sarwar. Please, ma'am, join us on stage, and we are apologetic for the introduction. Please, we need more claps.
Thank you, Dr. Sarah. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Minhaj University and Karima, for providing this opportunity and understanding my journey with cancer. Thank you so much for your support. Today, I want to share my research on that topic, blue economy and green maritime policies, Pakistan's strategical for the sustainable regional connectivity. The basically central idea of my research is ports like Karachi, Port Qasim, Gwadar are crucial for trade and regional connectivity. Approximately 95% of Pakistan trade is conducted by sea routes. The maritime sector only contribute 0.5% on Pakistan GDP as far as global average of 7%. So there is need to enhance maritime trade, logistic and revenue generation. And also Gwadar has potential to become a leading eco-tourism hub through sustainable development. So objective of my research is to investigate the role of Pakistan maritime sector in economic growth and regional connectivity, to explore environmental challenges, to analyze impact of green maritime policies such as eco-friendly port operation, renewable energy integration, and maritime conversation on the sustainable economic development. And also to assess the potential of Gwadar as a premium thank you. To assess the potential of Gwadar as a premium eco-tourism destination by examine infrastructure development and sustainable tourism initiative and economic opportunities, and to also recommend the policies majorly align Pakistan maritime modernization with the global environmental standards. So finding of my research is Pakistan maritime sector employs 390,000 people with export of $450 million as reported in 2023. Pakistan is now implementing green maritime policies aligned with goals 13 and 14 to combat carbon emission and maritime pollution. And Pakistan is also working with International Maritime Organization to achieve zero emission shipping by 2050. To enhance the sustainability, Government of Pakistan implementing maritime protected areas to convince marine biodiversity, to promoting aquaculture and sustainable fishing techniques to develop overfishing, and also partnering with China to develop a deep sea fishing industry under CPEC. As we see that Gwadar is only port which provide the shortest distance to the Afghanistan, Central Asia, and other countries. Because as we see in the map, Russia, China, and Egypt are so far from the these countries. In my research, I would like to discuss about the Gwadar Port City Master Plan. Gwadar aimed to become Pakistan's largest city by 2050 with $30 million and 1.2 million jobs generation. Main project includes central business districts and social economic zone and Gwadar International Airport. Gwadar has also eco-tourism potential to development of sustainable resort, maritime convention zone, luxury hotels, and eco-friendly transportation, which enhance tourism and blue economy while protecting the environment. So, when we will start making Gwadar as a smart, like security concerns, as we all know that social economic disparities and environment stability, carbon emission and impact, climate impact by increasing industrial activity and regulatory and policy gaps. So my recommendations are comprehensive regional cooperation, policy governance reform, inclusive development planning, and sustainable developing maritime conversion and green sustainable, and also advanced wastage management, and also eco-friendly transportation. So I would like to conclude my speech like, congratulations on this huge event, and I hope Gwadar will be made a premium eco-friendly city and leading Pakistan prospect. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation that has brought and enlightened us with lots of information. And we, no, ma'am, please. And we wish you best of luck for your health and lots of duas. We'll now be transitioning to our question and answer session. Kindly address the presenter by name and keep the questions short and relevant so that the presenter can answer to the maximum questions in this short period of time. We are open and you can ask as many questions as you want. Ma'am, I think you want to ask some questions.
Thank you very much. My question goes to Dr. Dar. Just a very quick question, and this question really haunts sometimes, that when we are talking about Gwadar, and you have been to China yourself and have been studying the
by myself. I mean, so far I haven't done any research on the Gwadar port or something like that. I mean, as such, because my area of expertise is probably, a little, deviated from this side. I mean, so I don't know much about Gwadar port and benefits or something like that. I don't know. Because
I believe you should look into it, and you'll come up with something.
Because I haven't done my research on ports of Pakistan, because I have done my research about, yeah.
My question goes to you. I just wanted to know a few tips that could help us in developing the blue economy sector for Pakistan, and what do you think what are the lags and the lacunas that needs to be addressed and catered but haven't yet been seen so far?
Yeah, actually, the lacunas, they are in the field of maritime legislation. Actually, so we need to incorporate the international conventions crux into our domestic legislation, which is definitely somehow it is lacking somewhere. So, I mean, there is a dire need of integrated. Maritime policy and maritime legislation. So, I mean, that was the main crux of my research paper, as of now.
Well, the basic issue is I would like to blame, if at all we have to blame someone, it's the academia, it's the universities, because we have not carried out any research on topics relating to blue economy and maritime affairs. Since there is no research available on these topics, so we should blame the academia. The second, I should blame the media, because I haven't seen any debate going on any national or international television as far as Pakistan is concerned, blue economy
As
or
a
maritime
maritime
affairs are
country, yeah,
concerned.
yeah.
So we need to generate a debate. And the last but not the least, I will blame the policymakers, because they don't have any, the professional acumen, they don't have the research paper available with them. So the policies, people sitting in Islamabad, they make policies in isolation without consulting the actual people who are working on grounds. So I think these are the three issues, these are the three big lacunas, and we need
I
to work on
totally,
this.
with respect, agree with you. I was actually attending the first phase of this conference, and the madam, I mean, who is sitting on the probably first row, she was there and she was talking about, like, I mean, we haven't been on the ground reality. Like, I mean, we being students of law, see, pursuing my PhD from Dalian Maritime University, China. See, first year was there, and I was into my, coursework. So my constant question to my supervisor was, sir, I haven't been to sea. And I am a student. I mean, pursuing my PhD in maritime law. Come on. I mean, see, I have attended a lot of, these short-term maritime programs in my own university, Bahria University. But see, the term nautical mile was very fascinating and very attractive to me when I was attending those sessions. 12 nautical mile, 12 nautical mile. And when I reached China, so I was, again, that 12 nautical mile word was still there in my mind. And I wanted to see, I mean, how could we find out or calculate this much of, like, different zones, E zone and the coastal lines and coastal interest and, nautical miles. See, these basic concepts and terminologies, they were there in my mind, and I wanted to see them in reality, which I couldn't so far as yet. I don't know, I mean, when this will be possible, I mean, on reality, but definitely, I mean, we are lacking in this thing. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Do you have a couple of minutes?
Yes, sir, please, sure.
Thank you very much. First of all, congratulations to all the researchers for having done a fabulous job. Just by way of suggestions, with respect to, I see there are lots of secondary sources which have been used, especially, for example, the issue relating to plastic. So what is the volume of plastic that goes, say, through Liari River? So you need to perhaps go and see for yourself and do some applied research. It is a research which is applicable for the policymakers and for the industry, or for anybody for whom you're doing research. So that is a general observations. I'm not a doctor myself, but that's a general observation. There's a lot of philosophical and academic papers, but as far as the scientific or the quantitative research or science,
So quantitative research is to be done by actually the people who are coming from science background somehow.
not necessarily. There are statistical models. I mean, it's easy. I mean, it's not very difficult, but it takes time. And also you need resources, and you need access to data. You don't have access to official data from the ministries or from anywhere. So there are predicaments. With respect to let me just quickly answer that. It's very easy as far as the baseline, as far as the various zones are concerned. It's a mathematical calculation of a baseline depending upon the high water line and how far the coast is exposed. So from that, you can calculate a perpendicular to the baseline from various, as the contours along the go. And that's how a 12 mile is calculated. And these are zones, as you know, from the UNCLOS of 1982.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir, for your practical.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so very much for clarification.
Thank you, sir, for your practical insight. Obviously, that comes from experience. You know that. I would now like to hand over the session to Dr. Farhan Khan Abbasi. He was the session chair for his concluding remarks. Sir, please join us on stage. Okay, you can do that as you like.
Yeah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, it's a source of honor and prestige for me to be the part of this wonderful event and international conference on maritime affairs. And probably it was the third one organized by Minhaj University and NIMA. And I am also thankful to the management and especially as far as my duty and something like that I have observed being the part of multiple national international conferences. First of all, I would love to just share with you the summary which I just concluded from this whole session, and later I may share my some of the reflections, number one for the presenters and number two for the organizers. We have almost 7-8 presenters, and there was a keynote speaker, Dr. Fadel Emake. As far as Emake's overall presentation and speech was concerned, it was about Africans' role and some of the deficiencies and somehow the criminal negligence on the part of international community while dealing the Africans and African maritime affairs. And he has discussed a number of factors regarding the role of League of Nations, and later after Second World War, how the laws were being improved, but it were something like to favor the colonizers, especially the Western colonizers, and who have always done something for their betterment. Later, Dr. Fateh Darmaz, he presented something about law enforcement, about automation in shipping industry. Now, this was something that was quite new to myself as well, and being the part of this conference, I have learned a lot about automation in shipping industry and how something that sometimes is a blessing brings some of discomfort to humanity, like terrorism, like automation industries role in smuggling and all other kind of things. Later, Dr. Maggie, he discussed about maritime biodiversity in Philippines. More or less, he missed lots of things regarding micro and macro aspects of maritime diversity, which I consider that he must include in his discussion and research. Later, there was a presenter, Sayyida Fiza Shuja. She discussed about seabed mining in Indian Ocean. Now, it is very critical economic as well as security issue with respect to Pakistan and India. Unfortunate was that her whole presentation, and even though her complete research was being dominated by the factor of the Chinese model and the Indian models, and it is something which I personally witnessed during my research in PhD, that being Pakistanis, we are so much passive that we are always prepared to react, to response, rather actively doing something or setting some sort of, you can say that milestone or some examples for even though our counterparts in South Asia. So it was quite disturbing to me that regarding seabed mining, we are lacking the resources, lacking the efficiency of technology, and especially the sense the government is dealing this tremendous issue, because she has also mentioned about some numbers which were dramatically very much important with reference to the economy of Pakistan. For example, $20 trillion industry is in front of us, under our nose, and you can say that it is very much important for us and for our youth's future that we may explore this. But unfortunately, as we see the crisis of governance, the failure of academia, the think tanks, and the intelligentsia to something like perceive coming 20 years and our future. So what I find, it would be somehow another security issue as well for Pakistan with reference to India especially. Then Miss Rabia Shafiq, she worked on implementing sustainable development goal, and the goal she took was probably the goal number 14. And she mentioned some of important issues regarding environmental degradation with reference to marine life, like the coral reef, like the mangrove forests, very much important, sea links of links, and you can say that sea lines of communications, and the strategic importance of Pakistan. Unfortunately, I have read a lot about the strategic and you can say that locational importance of Pakistan, but with reference to academia and research, we are discussing the importance but not getting anything fruitful out of this. Mr. Najibul Haq Tabish, he discussed about strategies to reduce plastic pollution in oceans among developing nations. He presented wonderful statistics and his presentation was overall excellent. But the missing link was again that the proportion of the countries or the nations which are underdeveloping or underdeveloped and contributing to sea pollution, and some of the importance to overcome the issue. Unfortunately, the way our academia teaches us, we are prepared in a way that we just present some of the solutions or just ask for solutions rather than we provide remedies. So although this session was technical, but the sense of technical measures were quite missing. And then there was the second last, Miss Saira. She discussed about ship source marine
Thank you for
pollution.
having Professor Dr. Salmana. I have a very good, I enjoy a lot. The first of all, I is some reservation. Reservation, it's only the sharing of some information. The sea level is rising.
Achha.
Oh my God. Really?
So about Dr. Saira, ship source marine pollution. Now she discussed about basically the concept that the pollution that is being produced by the shipping industry, the cargo industry, the through the trade and blue economy, and she was pertinent about the private law and some legislation related to private ships and their laws. Lastly, Ms. Hira Savar, she discussed about blue economy and the green maritime policy with reference to Pakistan. Unfortunately, I did my MPhil in political economy of Gwadar, and it's around 11 or 12 years ago that I worked on this topic, but still all the points and discussions and all the things are same as they were in 2013. So the basic thing which I want to share with you, because it is a private institute, and what we need is to grow up and to think bigger, and unless you are unable to feel and discuss about criticism, you can't come out of the box. So the first important reflection is that we should avoid passivity in our research and discussions, rather reflecting or having some responses that what is being happening around us. We have to come out with something new within our limited resources, number one. Number two, as far as I'm concerned about why research conferences and think tanks and organizations and universities organize these activities, is to promote a sense of responsibility and to create interest among new ones, the graduates. So the presenters who were there, the thematic studies, even they were in a run to just complete their the slides and something. They were in a way to, because what I feel is that we have to interact in a way that we create interest of the listeners, and to present our thoughts in just like a storytelling manner, that are most sophisticated and something critical type of jargons can be understood by a simple layman or a student. So again, thank you very much for all of you, and best of luck, Minhaj University.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. I think we should have more sessions like this in which the academia and the people from the industry can come together on the same platforms. I would now like to call our worthy Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad. Sir, please join us on stage to present shields. I'll call the presenters one by one. Dr. Saira Bashir Dar, ma'am, please. जी 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 आप जैसे आप कंफर्टेबल हैं फॉर शील्ड शील्ड A huge round of applause, ma'am. Miss Hira Sarwar, ma'am, please. We need more claps. With lots of claps and duas. Mr. Najibul Haq Tabish. We need more claps. After that, Ms. Hamna Gayas will be receiving the shield on the behalf of Ms. Saeeda Fiza. Now our own Ms. Rabia will receive the shield. More claps.
Now we have become your own as well, aren't we?
After the session.
Thank you.
Lots of claps. Now I would like to call our session chair. Sir, please receive the shield from the worthy Vice Chancellor. Our sponsors from today, Dr. Talha Sohail, he's a researcher at Maritime Research and Development Association. Sir, please. Mr. Rashid Ahmed and Malik Shahzad, they are Company Secretary, Rural Community and Development Program. Lastly, it is an honor for me to receive the shield as your session coordinator for today. Now I'll ask the presenters and session chair to come for a group photo. All the students can join in Al-Farabi for the next session. As for the participants and the presenters, the lunch will be available at Freshman's Cafeteria. What a session it was.
Hosted by you as well. Yeah.
And you were really good. Really good.
The last panelist is Dr. Umar Hayat. He is a maritime expert and currently serving as Associate Professor at Bahria University, Islamabad. Over to you, Dr. Wakasia.
Well, before moving on to the panel discussion, let's welcome our first keynote speaker of this session. Please welcome Rear Admiral Mohammad Hussain Sial, Hilal-e-Imtiaz Military Director General Technical Port Qasim Authority to stage. Sir, please. The first keynote speech.
Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. Very respected Admiral Khan Hasham bin Siddiq, Hilal-e-Imtiaz Military, the guest of honor, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad, Sitara-e-Imtiaz Military, distinguished guest, honorable participant of 3rd International Maritime Conference, faculty, students of Minhaj Universities, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. It is an honor for me to be here with you today on a memorable occasion of 3rd International Maritime Conference being organized by the Center of Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs, Minhaj University, with the theme Navigating Legal Water, Upholding Maritime Law and Governance. In my talk, I will discuss the topic Ocean Governance in Pakistan, Challenges and Way Forward. I will cover the current state of ocean governance in Pakistan. I will then briefly highlight the challenges we encounter in managing our oceans, including environmental, regulatory, and socio-economic issues. Finally, I will outline a viable way forward being implemented to promote sustainable ocean governance. By the end of this talk, I hope to leave you with a comprehensive understanding of our collective efforts safeguarding our oceans. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan, with its extensive coastline stretching over 1,000 kilometers along Arabian Sea, holds a strategic maritime position that plays a critical role in both regional and global maritime dynamics. This extensive coastline provides Pakistan with a significant opportunities for trade, commerce and tourism, and also present a substantial responsibilities for maritime governance, security, and environmental challenges. As a signatory to the international convention like United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea, Pakistan is committed to the upholding principle of maritime governance, ensuring sustainable use and conservation of marine resources. The central to our national efforts in ocean governance is Pakistan Maritime Security Agency, that is PMSA, established under the PMSA Act of 1994. The agency is tasked with regulating and protecting Pakistan maritime interests. The PMSA is pivotal in enforcing national jurisdiction and sovereignty within our maritime zones. One of the core responsibilities of PMSA is to prevent unauthorized exploitation of marine resources. This includes combating illegal fishing, preventing unregulated extraction of resources, preserving marine life, controlling marine pollution, and ensuring compliance with the national and international laws. Now coming to the challenges in the ocean governance. Firstly, the environmental challenges. One of the foremost environmental challenge in the marine pollution is marine pollution. According to the recent data, approximately 65% of marine pollution in Pakistan coastal water originates from the industrial and urban sources. Overfishing is another critical issue. Unsustainable fishing practices have led to the depletion of many of fish stocks, undermining the balance of marine ecosystems and endangering the economic stability of coastal communities. The impact of climate change is also profoundly felt along Pakistan coastline. Recent observation indicates that sea level in Pakistan are rising at an average rate of 1.1 millimeter per year. Increasing sea temperature, average rise of 0.6 degrees Celsius over the past century, have led to the coral bleaching and loss of marine biodiversity. Besides environmental challenges, the ocean governance in Pakistan is marred by significant regulatory enforcement challenges. The gaps in the national frameworks and enforcement capabilities. Pakistan has made a significant stride in aligning laws with the international standard. However, in some areas, the legislation is lacking and inadequately enforced. This creates loopholes that can exploit it, leading to the unchecked pollutions and resources exploitation. Few pertinent issues are the prevalence of illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing in Pakistani waters undermines the sustainable fishing practices and threaten the marine biodiversity. Weak enforcement and penalties of such activities contributes to this persistent problem. The use of illegal fishing gear, such as gaja nets, which are extremely damaging to the marine environment, remain a significant issues. There is an insufficient use of modern technologies like turtle excluder devices, which can significantly reduce the negative impact of fishing activities on non-target species. Effective ocean governance requires seamless collaboration across various levels of government, but jurisdiction overlaps and different priorities can impede cohesive policy implementation and enforcement efforts. Few pertinent issues include there are overlapping responsibilities between federal and provincial agencies, such as Ministry of Maritime Affairs, provincial fishery departments, and environmental protection agencies. The 18th Amendment decentralized the authority over fisheries, led to the conflicting actions and policies, reducing the overall effectiveness and governance efforts. Illegal trawling by the Sindh trawlers in Balochistan waters is a significant issue that results in tension between the provinces and further depletes marine resources, disrupting local ecosystem and livelihood. A large number of unregistered fishing vessels operates unchecked, leading to the overfishing and lack of accountability of fishing practices. There is need for more robust mechanism to facilitate coordination and information sharing between federal and provincial authorities. The absence of such mechanism often leads to duplicated efforts and gaps in enforcement and regulatory activities. Now coming over to the socio-economic challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, the socio-economic challenges in the ocean governance are equally pressing. Coastal communities whose livelihood depends on fishing, tourism, and related industries are often the first to feel the adverse effects of environmental degradation. closure of Pasni fish harbors since 2010 due to the excessive siltation and inadequate dredging is one such example. Pollution and overfishing directly impact their income and food security, leading to the increased poverty and displacement. Way forward to the ocean governance in Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen, the sustainable ocean governance in Pakistan required a multifaceted and coordinated approach involving all stakeholders. First and foremost, the gap in Pakistan deep sea fishing policy and enforcement of primarily stems from the inconsistent and evolving regulation. Initial policies allow foreign entities to fish in the exclusive economic zone while excluding local fishermen, as no local fishermen applied for necessary licenses. Clear and consistent policies and mechanisms such as single license for different jurisdictions between the provinces and the freedom to allow all the fishing vessels for fishing in the EEZ zone. Similarly, the shipbreaking industry at Gadani, Balochistan, once a significant revenue generator for Pakistan, faces a critical regulatory challenges. The industry suffers from weak and fragmented oversight, with no designated anchorage and inadequate infrastructure for regulatory authorities. Strengthening the legal framework involved aligning the international standards such as the Basel and Hong Kong Convention, ensuring robust enforcement of existing law, and enhancing the infrastructure to manage hazardous substances safely. A coordinated single-window regulatory approach and comprehensive compliance mechanism are essential to revitalize the industry sustainability. Another critical issue needing enforcement in regulation and monitoring of fishing vessels. More than 25,000 boats have duplication in registration. Only in the province of Sindh, around 6,432 boats are unregistered with Sindh Fishery Department, whereas approximately 6,000 boats are still not registered. In Balochistan, only 2,000 boats are registered, whereas 8,000 boats are still unregistered. Implementing a unified registration system and improving data sharing between federal and provincial authorities can help to address the issues. The development of vessel monitoring system is in the final stage. The project will ensure surveillance and monitoring of over 19,000 fishing vessels and boats, allowing for real-time tracking and monitoring of fishing activities. This will help identifying and preventing illegal fishing practices. The project is being implemented by Pakistan Maritime Security Agency under the overall direction of Ministry of Maritime Affairs. Furthermore, PMSA has been accorded approval of Order of Merit System, Order Management System, connection from the SPARCO for the use of satellite technology for real-time monitoring and of marine pollution and track changes in the marine ecosystem. This satellite imagery will use to map out oil spills and assesses their impact on the marine and coastal environment, leading to the more targeted and efficient cleanup operations. Involving local communities in the governance efforts through participatory approach is essential for sustainable ocean management. Programs like Fisher Folk Development Programs have been instrumental in empowering the coastal communities, involving them in the decision-making process related to the marine resources. Active participation of multinational exercises like Barracuda and Amans to combat the marine pollution demonstrates the Pakistan commitment to the international cooperation. The Barracuda exercise, last held in January 2024, included 18 countries and focused on improving the regional cooperation in responding to the marine pollution incident. Additionally, the cooperation with the neighboring countries and international organizations for shared maritime security is vital. Pakistan has engaged a joint patrols and information sharing agreement with the countries such as Iran and India, as well as the international bodies like International Maritime Organization to enhance regional maritime security and governance. In the conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, we have exploited the significant challenges and innovative approach in sustainable ocean governance within Pakistani context. Addressing these complex challenges requires a collective actions and a continuous efforts. It is imperative that all stakeholders, including government agencies, local communities, and international partners, work towards the sustainable ocean governance. We must commit to ongoing dialogues and cooperation, ensuring that the policies are effectively implemented and the innovative solutions are embraced. Thank you all for your attention and patient listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rear Admiral Mohammad Hussain Sial, Hilal-e-Imtiaz Military, Director General Technical, Port Qasim Authority. Moving on to our second keynote speech, and this is by Dr. Ian Rilby, a Senior Fellow at Center for Maritime Strategy at the United States of America, and he will be delivering a virtual address. Dr. Ian Rilby.
My name is Dr. Ian Relby, and it's an absolute pleasure to be able to be with you, albeit remotely today. I wish I could be there in person, but I'm at least pleased to have the chance to share with you some of my insights from 20 years of working around the world on maritime security matters. I have physically worked in more than 95 countries and with more than 135 navies and coast guards on every kind of matter you can imagine, from pirates, traffickers, to smugglers, to thieves, to terrorists, to war. And this spectrum of issues has brought out a number of reflections that I'm delighted to be able to hopefully share with you and to inspire you to look a little bit deeper on some of the key issues that I think are underpinning our maritime security operating environment today. I first want to share 3 legal principles that are currently under threat. They're the foundational principles of all maritime law, and yet they're changing in ways that we really can't quite expect or foresee. Then I want to share with you 4 statistics that I hear quoted all the time, but add a 5th that I think is often left out, and that 5th is the key to understanding maritime security. And then I want to share with you 5 legal matters that every maritime professional must understand in order to be able to really grasp and recognize maritime security issues and be able to address them effectively. So let me start with the principles. The first is what's called universality. The universality principle means that no matter where you go on Earth, maritime law functions in pretty much the same way. Whether you leave one country or go to another, the law is going to be the same. And that is pretty fundamental to our globalized maritime economy. In other words, we need every country's maritime space to operate and be governed in enough of a similar way so that there isn't an impediment to the movement of vessels, the movement of people, the movement of fish, the movement of all the goods that go by sea, from our clothes to our cars, to the food, to everything else that we require as a globalized community. That universality principle is under threat because states are taking new approaches to maritime law that we've never seen before. They're coming up with their own interpretation. They're actually just sparking entirely new debates. And as that occurs, we're going to see disruptions. And we're going to see those disruptions play out both in the maritime economic space and the maritime security space. So we need to watch as those changes start to occur. Now, there are always going to be some differences, some subtleties, some nuances between one state's legal jurisdiction and another. Those subtleties and nuances are important, and I will actually talk a little bit about them later, but there is a universality to how maritime law works. The second principle is that the safety of life at sea is always preeminent. From the time that we started setting sail, we've always recognized that people were taking a huge risk by going out to sea, to fish, to move goods, to move people. And that risk needed to be recognized and essentially rewarded by having everyone at sea, no matter who they are, no matter what they're doing, support each other by saving the lives of anybody who's at risk. And this is true in both peacetime and wartime. If you are fleeing the Coast Guard and you are under distress because your vessel starts to sink, you're no longer a suspect. You become a human being whose life has to be saved. Only once your life is back to safety can they start to pursue you as a potential criminal. Similarly, if you sink an enemy's battleship in war, you're still required to go try to save as many of the lives of those sailors as possible. And so we always put maritime priorities. Number one is human life. Number two is the marine environment. That is definitely a number two. And we do need to recognize that the sanctity of the marine environment is rising on everybody's mind as it is under increased threat. But number one is always human life. Number two is always the marine environment. The third maritime legal principle is perhaps the one that is most discussed and also most under threat, and that is the freedom of navigation. Now, the debate over the freedom of navigation was initially sparked when the Roman Empire declared the Mediterranean Sea Mare Nostrum, our sea. It was the first time in human history that a governing body had tried to exercise governance over an entire maritime space. And that sparked this tension we now have between free seas and closed seas. On the closed seas front, coastal states want to exercise sovereign control over as
Ladies and gentlemen, our respected Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, Professor Dr. Hussain Marshuddin Qadri has joined us. Please give him a warm welcome. Thank you, sir, for joining us. So, can we continue with the keynote speech? Thank you. Please play the keynote speech.
they want to limit who can and can't come in, what can and can't come in, and that sovereign control is always getting pushed farther and farther out to sea. But at the same time, the global community wants free seas because we want our vessels to move between one country and another in order to facilitate maritime commerce and the free flow of goods and people. So that tension remains a very active issue today, and we've seen threats to that in the form of pirates, in the form of terrorists, in the form of state actors of all kinds doing things that impede the movement of goods, the movement of vessels at sea, and the movement of people. And once we see those tensions starting to be debated again, we have to be prepared for more challenges to them. The latest spate of attacks by the Houthis out of Yemen has really superseded almost everything else we've seen in world history, in that a non-state group had arms superior to most militaries around the world and decided to target not primarily naval vessels, but commercial vessels carrying goods to and from other parts of the world. And that attack on global maritime commerce is something different than what we've seen in the past because it wasn't motivated by money. It wasn't an attempt to hold vessels for ransom. It was about exercising political voice and doing so in an aggressive fashion, blind to the individuals on board, but against commercial ships for different reasons. And so we have seen a new type of threat emerge, and we're likely to see many more come in the years ahead. And that is a real challenge. So those three principles, universality and this uniformity of maritime law, the sanctity of human life, and second to it, the sanctity of the marine environment, and third, the freedom of navigation, underpin all of our conversations around maritime governance. And it's important to keep those three in the back of our minds as we talk about maritime security. So now let me talk about four of the statistics that we hear all the time. 70, 80, 90, 99. 70% of our Earth is covered in water. 80% of the world's population lives within 100 miles of the coast. 90% of world trade happens by sea. In other words, no shipping, no shopping. And 99% of all telephonic and internet communication happens through submarine cables. This is all incredibly important, and that is very, very significant for understanding the role of the maritime domain in our globalized world. However, there's another statistic that is incredibly important for maritime security, and that's that 100% of people live on land. That means maritime security is fundamentally about people who live on land going to sea to do something and bringing the benefits of that back to land. And that land-maritime nexus means that we always have to be thinking about maritime security issues as symptoms and the root causes being back on land. The reason people are going out to sea to commit crime is in order to benefit from it on land. And that land-maritime nexus means that holistic approaches to solving maritime problems and not just treating some of the maritime symptoms need to be done as a whole of government, whole of society approach integrated into wider national governance. And that is a key element for understanding how to address maritime security issues like piracy, like trafficking, like smuggling, and other issues. So now let me talk about a couple of maritime legal principles that every maritime professional should understand. Now, I am a lawyer, so I am biased, but I think that some of the best maritime or sea lawyers that I know aren't lawyers at all. They've never actually studied the law, but because they spent so much time at sea and so much time dealing with maritime governance challenges, they have learned the law. And in the maritime space, that is where international law comes into practice more so than in any other context. So the first is understanding that enforcement jurisdiction can be super frustrating. You can't enforce any law anywhere. You need to have both the authority from your government to do it and the jurisdiction from the law in order to allow for you to exercise that authority. And in many cases, it isn't quite designed the way we think it should be. So take, for example, human trafficking. That seems like a really horrible crime that we should be able to combat anywhere. We can't. Unless it is on a vessel in our own flag state jurisdiction, we can't do anything about it outside of 12 nautical miles unless maybe if it's coming into our jurisdiction and we spot it between 12 and 24 nautical miles in a contiguous zone. Now, what I just said may sound very esoteric in terms of understanding the maritime zones, but it is incredibly important for maritime law enforcement to be rigorous in recognizing the difference between 0 to 12, 12 to 24, 24 to 200, and everything beyond the 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone. Each of those zones come with different enforcement jurisdiction. You can't do everything everywhere. And so the difference between human trafficking, drug trafficking, which is subject to the Vienna Drug Convention, and the three international crimes under UNCLOS, piracy, slavery, and unauthorized broadcasting, make a very big difference in terms of what coastal states can and can't do to enforce the law. And so this is very, very frustrating, but very, very important. The second point is that flag states have responsibilities, even when those responsibilities are essentially outsourced to a commercial enterprise. So what has happened is that in our ability to open registries up to any vessel from anywhere in the world, we have seen countries like Liberia, like Marshall Islands, and others send the responsibility for administering their flag state to a company in another country. And so you often have the flag registry for a country being in a different country altogether, perhaps in an entirely different part of the world. That means that the flag state responsibilities seem to have been outsourced, but they haven't been. The state still holds the responsibility, even if the administration is happening somewhere else. And that has become a major issue, particularly with vessel sanctions, with all kinds of attempts to evade law enforcement, and the reflagging of vessels being very simple and easy to do and quite quick. We've seen all kinds of schemes in order to avoid jurisdictions, avoid flag state responsibility, and to evade the law. And that is a growing challenge and something we have to watch out for. The third is that many of the multilateral institutions that have maritime responsibilities are extremely constrained either by mandates, by funding, or both. The International Maritime Organization, for example, sounds like it is the world's governing body for all maritime issues. It's not. It is the UN specialist body for regulation of ships and pollution from ships. They don't touch fishing. They don't touch all kinds of issues that may sound like they should fall under the IMO. But their mandate is limited. So yes, they can produce conventions like the Safety of Life at Sea Convention, like the Suppression of Unlawful Acts at Sea Convention, like the Marine Pollution Convention. And they do a very good job of what needs to be done and addressed, but they don't deal with security. That is something that they try to avoid dealing with most of the time. And in fact, the extent to which they deal with security is for the safety of vessels involved in international maritime commerce. So it is very, very important to understand where those limitations of mandate lie. Similarly, there are issues of funding. So take UN Office on Drugs and Crime's Global Maritime Crime Program, for example. It's donor funded. It is entirely up to making sure that they fundraise for maritime security issues in order to be able to do projects. If that funding goes away, if all of a sudden a government decides that they're going to pause all foreign assistance, the UN Office on Drugs and Crime's Global Maritime Crime Program can't operate. And so the donor funding piece of this means that not every maritime security issue can be addressed, and it can't be addressed on their own approach. It has to be addressed with a partner that's willing to fund it. The fourth issue I want to bring up is perhaps one of the blurrier problems that we are facing. UNCLOS, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which is the international system for the sea, it was the largest convention ever written. It has been our governing body of principles since 1982. It predates a lot of what's happening today. Semi-submersibles were not included under UNCLOS. Drones, aerial or maritime, were not included under UNCLOS. All kinds of things that are now possible and happening today weren't foreseen at the time of the drafting. And so there are issues that fall outside of the clarity of the UNCLOS convention. But there's just no chance at this point that we're going to see it reopened for negotiation. So for everything from submarine cable protection to addressing autonomous vessels, we're going to have to watch as states make decisions on how to address it themselves. Because only through state practice are we going to get customary international law that effectively amends UNCLOS. But right now, there are a lot of issues on which there's no consensus. So I mentioned uniformity and universality principle. But the problem is that we have new issues coming up, and so there's not a whole lot of uniformity on how some of the states are dealing with it. And that's me to say, but I will say it till I'm blue in the face, because this is unfortunately true. The best comparative maritime lawyers on earth are all criminals. Criminals are incredibly good at identifying where there are weaknesses in law and law enforcement, and they do so in a manner that means we often don't even notice. So they're very, very good at targeting a region and finding the and navigate around them. So criminals are very good at comparative maritime law. We need to get better at it ourselves. In conclusion, we all have, if we're going to work in the maritime space, a couple of things that we have to recognize. First, the maritime space is critical to our life on land. No matter where we are on Earth at this point, in this globalized world, whether we're on the coast, on the water, or in a doubly landlocked state, the goods that we rely on for our lives today are coming by sea. Some cars, everything that we rely on. We're going to need to ensure that we at least understand how the maritime space works. Then when we get to the issue of security, we really need to understand what limitations and opportunities we have placed on ourselves. There are both. The legal system works, the more we can operate within it, and the more creativity that is therefore possible. So I encourage all of you, the nature of maritime legal issues as we move forward into an increasingly maritime dependent world and an increasing world. And I want to offer myself up as a resource. If anyone wants to be in touch, please, I am always available. And I think my colleagues who work in this space are equally available because there aren't many of us in following seas.
Thank you so much. Now, without wasting time, let's move on to our panel discussion. Over to you, Dr. Aisha.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wakasia. This is Dr. Aisha Safdar. I am your panel moderator for today's enlightening session on maritime operations and technological challenges. We are very fortunate, we are very privileged to have with us very seasoned and very distinguished panel of experts who have joined us today from their busy schedules, and they are representing academia, they are representing industry, practitioners, and the diverse group they're representing. And by representing their respective sectors, they are bringing a wealth of experience to this table. So we welcome them on board. Before we dive into the discussion, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the visionary leadership of Professor Dr. Hussain Muhyiddin Qadri, Conference Chair and Deputy Chairman of Board of Governors, and the dynamic guidance of Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, the Vice Chancellor Minhaj University, for successfully organizing this magnificent 3rd International Maritime Conference 2025. And please allow me to say that this is a pioneering event in this field because it takes up such issues which are very rarely talked about in the academic circle. So the credit goes to the leadership for this initiative. Now, in this panel discussion, as I have earlier told you, we are going to talk about the maritime operations and the technological challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know that this maritime industry plays a very crucial role in the global trade, but as we know that today it's facing a range of challenges, and that's why it needs our attention. While we deal with the environmental crisis, we talk about the technological change, and there has been a greater push toward the sustainable future. I mean, this maritime industry finds itself at a very, very critical moment, or what you may say at a critical juncture. So just to very easily put it for you, for your ease, I just quote you an instance that if we case the marine pollution, we see that it has become a global crisis. It is, not only affecting the ecosystem, but it is also affecting the coastal communities and the coastal economies. But having said this, I don't mean to give a very bleak picture. We have the flip side as well. We see that there have been various initiatives. We see how technology has been playing its part in promoting the sustainability factor, how we use alternate fuel resources, how we can use the smart waste management techniques, etc. And this is the reason why we have gathered here to talk about these issues, because putting ourselves in this situation and talking about it is very, very important at this point in time. And this panel discussion is primarily not meant to raise issues like we always do, but we are looking forward to have more pragmatic and workable solution, and this is what exactly we are looking forward to. And for that, I am extremely thrilled to introduce you to our experts first. Our very dear and very respectable first panelist is Vice Admiral Khan Hasham bin Siddiq, Hilal-e-Imtiaz Military. Sir is the former Vice Chief of Naval Staff with nearly 4 decades of service in Pakistan Navy. He has held key command roles including leading the Pakistan Navy Fleet and Combined Task Force 150. Post-retirement, Sir has served as the Pakistan's ambassador to Saudi Arabia and led the Islamabad Policy Research Institute and Beria Foundation. He now directs the Snowbird Institute and is a senior fellow at the Pakistan Regional Economics Forum. Please join me in welcoming. Thank you, sir. Also, a little experience while I was working in Pakistan Navy War College. The positive demeanor of Sir Hasham always used to, make me at ease in critical times there. So, having said this, let's move on to our next panelist, very respectable Miss Alia Shahid. Miss Alia Shahid is a seasoned executive with over 20 years of experience in both federal and provincial government roles. She holds a master's in international development from the United Kingdom. Ms. Shahid has served as Secretary to the Government of Sindh for key departments including education, social welfare, and women development. At the federal level, she has held the position of Joint Secretary in several ministries, including Kashmir Affairs, Overseas Pakistanis, and Human Resource Development. Committed to professional growth, she has completed the Senior Managers in Government course at Harvard University Kennedy School of Government. Currently, as the Director General of the Ports and Shipping Wing at the Ministry of Maritime Affairs, she is driving initiatives related to the blue economy, green shipping, and the ratification of the Hong Kong Convention. Please welcome. Ma'am, as a woman and representing most of the women sitting here, I must say that your presence here is truly inspirational for all the girls, because you are leading this particular, the Director General of Ports and Shipping. You are truly an inspiration because somehow it gives us a feeling that probably this can bring in inclusion in this industry as well. So this is very marvelous to have you here. Next, we have very respectable Rear Admiral Syed Faisal Ali Shah, Hilal Imtiaz Military. Thank you so much, sir, for joining. Sir has over 3.5 decades in military experience. He is a graduate of NDU, Pakistan Navy Staff College, and U.S. Marine Corps Command and Staff College, Virginia. Commanded both Sindh and Makran coasts of Pakistan as Commander Creeks and Commander West, respectively. He is Honorary Research Fellow at the National Institute of Maritime Affairs and Honorary President of the Noor Project, a social welfare initiative based in Lahore. Please join your hands in welcoming. Next, we have Mr. Muhammad Javed Iqbal. He is the CEO of Shoaib Shipping Agencies, a company established in 1978 specializing in ship sales for recycling and shipping agency services at Port Qasim, Karachi, and Gadani. With decades of experience in the ship recycling industry, he is an active participant in international forums and seminars. He serves as a senior member of Executive Committee of the Pakistan Shipbreakers Association and is a former senior vice chairman of Pakistan Ship Agents Association. He currently holds an executive committee position. Lastly, we have Professor Dr. Umar Hayat, a very wonderful academician who I have known for the last 8 years, a very accomplished researcher in his field. He is a senior associate professor at Bahia University, Islamabad, where he currently directs postgraduate programs. He earned his PhD with distinction from the University of Toulouse and holds dual master's degree in international politics and international relations. With over 30 research publications, his work focuses on ethno-national politics, religio-political challenges, Hindutva politics, the blue economy, and Pakistan's political economy. Thank you all of the worthy panelists for joining us today. To begin with, I would first request our very respected Vice Admiral Khan Hisham bin Siddiq, sir, to please express your views just to introduce this topic, the maritime operations and the technological challenges. And sir, if you can please shed some light on how to ensure that this, the long-term sustainability of this marine environment is possible.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, Professor Qadri, Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad, the Vice Chancellor, the Deputy Chairman of Board of Governors, my dear faculty members and students and the fellow panelists. It's a great pleasure to be here. It's always a pleasure to come to Lahore and with this such lovely weather and talk about Navy, even though I've retired for quite some years now, but I'll try and contribute as to what my experience and perspective with respect to the topic of the day. Let me also take this opportunity to congratulate Minhaj University, their leadership, for having organized this exceptional conference and doing such a wonderful job in promotion of not only awareness about the maritime affairs, but also doing hardcore research, which is a yawning gap within the not only the academics, but also in the governance structure of Pakistan and also the industry. So best of luck and for doing a wonderful job, and I'm so happy to be here. Now coming to with respect to the sustainable development of the oceans, much has been talked about in the morning as well, and I'm in a double jeopardy, so as to speak. A, to keep all of you awake after lunch, and also you have been bombarded with so many maritime terms, and you will find some of the aspects which we discussed today in the panel could be repetitive. So please bear with us as we go through the discussions. We talked about SDG 14, which relates to the Sustainable Development Goal, and Pakistan is a signatory to this, and that is where the overall framework, which provides us the framework to develop economically and also the blue economy as well. As you know, blue economy is a multifaceted arena. And one of the researchers, Dr. Neil Salman, has put a figure of the gross maritime product of Pakistan to nearly $5 billion. And that's a very, very conservative estimate. It ranges from ship construction to tourism, the coastal tourism. Recently, we held a seminar on coastal tourism, and unfortunately, the situation with respect to that is very bleak. But I would like to, I'm sure you're aware of all these sub-areas with respect to blue economy, but I'd like to concentrate a little bit on the climate part of it, the climate change, which is resulting in not only a rising of sea levels, but also acidification of the sea, which in turn means the whole ecosystem which this planet Earth has been blessed is under serious threat. The biodiversity, the species, and the coastal communities are under threat as the climate change takes into effect. And now, how does the world intend to tackle this? There is a Paris Accord where overall the objective, the long-term objective, is to bring the temperature to less than 2 degrees from the pre-industrial era level. Unfortunately, recently the US had opted out. There are 194 signatories to the Paris Accord, and out of which the 23 developed nations have vowed to provide funding to the tune of nearly $100 billion a year, which is needed to reverse the trend which the climate change is going to impact. So if US has opted to leave out, it will have a bit of effect on the financial, and also being one of the worst offenders as far as the contribution to the climate change is concerned, being the second most polluting country in the world. So this will have some serious ramifications, and there are other nations who may also opt to follow suit. Now, as far as the marine pollution is concerned, it is generally governed by MARPOL and also the IMO net zero objective by achieving a net zero by 2050. As you may know, that ocean is the greatest asset as far as the climate of planet Earth is concerned. It produces 50% of the oxygen that we breathe in. It absorbs nearly 25% of the CO2, the greenhouse gases which are produced in this world. It accounts for nearly 90% of the heat generated by the greenhouse gases are absorbed by the ocean. So it is the greatest sink and the greatest friend of the climate with respect to as far as the planet Earth is concerned. So anything which goes wrong with the oceans of the world will impact the entire planet. So that is the context we are talking about. And that, so who are the polluters? It is the fossil fuels which produce nearly 62.5% of the greenhouse gases, which eventually impact the climate of this planet Earth. So the number one requirement which the International Maritime Organization has placed to go towards green shipping. And there are a number of technologies like the wind technology, the fuel cells, and the biomass. So essentially moving away from the sulfur fuel, which hitherto have been in use by nearly 110,000 ships that ply on planet Earth. So, and what are the challenges with respect to the achieving this target of nearly 50% of the 50% reduction in greenhouse gases from the marine industries, which contributes globally about 2.9% of the total greenhouses are produced by the marine industry. So as we move towards greener shipping, we have the issue of technological issues. Will the new technology be as effective as the previous technology was? The second issue is obviously financing. The third issue is the commercial consideration. There are ships which can't be retrofitted. It does not have the time to retrofit because of the commercial considerations. And then the issue of cooperation between various countries, because seas are, oceans are a common heritage. Unless the global community or the global people cooperate, this issue cannot be addressed properly. However, having said that, Pakistan, as indeed so many other countries, are moving towards greener shipping. There are green channels, there are green corridors which are between Los Angeles and Antwerp. So slowly the realization of climate change as a social challenge, as a security challenge, has dawned on the entire world, I think. And I think sooner than later, there will be we will see the reversal of the trends as we see we go back to the previous era in the pre-industrial era age.
Thank you. Thank you so much for an elaborate response. So, sir has just highlighted the need of resorting to green shipping, and this is one of the ways we can cope with challenges, and we have to definitely work in that direction to make it possible. This answer has given us enough room to go for the next question that I have for Ms. Alia. Ma'am, this is regarding the resilience of ports. And if I just have to put it in question, we see that the climate-induced vulnerabilities have become a challenge than ever before. So how do you think, what strategies are required to ensure that our ports are resilient? And what do you think the kind of role, what do you expect that academia should play in this direction? Your thoughts on that, ma'am, please.
I think your question has two sort of aspects. One is the resilience of ports vis-a-vis the port operations, and the other is the security. So when it comes to the port security, Pakistan has ratified this SOLAS convention. It has a code, ISPS, International Ships and Port Security Code, and Pakistan is fully complying with it. Annual audits are done, even with the US guards and in collaboration with other countries. And when it comes to the port operations, I think the resilience needs to, as Hisham Sahab has said, that we need to move toward more efficient use of resources. And one step which government has taken recently is the Pakistan single window. This is a platform, this is a sort of platform that has been backed by the Pakistan Single Window Act. And recently, I think for the last 1 year, I have umpteenth number of meetings with all the 3 ports, as well as ship agents and other stakeholders. The idea is to bring the ports operation fully automated. It has gone, a lot of steps has been taken, but still a long way to go. But the point is that port operation, the shipping agents and the custom authorities and the port operations would be fully automated. There would be paperless, no need to go and deposit the papers. Rather, Pakistan plant protection department, the custom department, the other related departments. So we are moving toward that. But for that, I think the academia needs to bring this area also in focus, and some more sort of sensitization and knowledge about this initiative needs to be there. So I think these two aspects needs to be looked into more with more focus from the academia side.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So from the points that Ms. Alia has made, I think probably what we are looking for is a multifaceted approach, and in which we may be thinking of somehow diversifying our options. And the other point that ma'am has just raised, that how they have moved towards automation. So probably that is where we see that investment in the digital sector is also very important, digital technology. And with that, the other question that I have to ask from the respectable Rear Admiral Syed Faisal Ali Shah Saab, sir, this relates to the digital technologies, because you know that digital economies have this has become part and parcel of the maritime shipping, as the ports are now more connected and they are more digitalized. So definitely the cyber threats are also on the rise. What are your views on that? What can be done in this regard to cope with this challenge?
Thank you, Dr. Alia. Thank you, Minhaj University Lahore, CREMA, Professor Mohiuddin Saab, for first of all, I want to thank you for two things. First, for organizing this event, because there is dearth of understanding on this subject, and I think this is something very important. And also thank you for inviting me over here. Now, coming to the question, digitalization. Technology, ladies and gentlemen, is part and parcel of our lives. It has to happen. It is happening. So there is no way we just get rid of it. The only way is to go with that. And for going with that, there are certain challenges. Now, toward ports or maritime organizations are to be considered first of all as business entities more than anything else. So looking at them always from the security perspective, I think that is not very justified or fair enough as compared to investing more in them to making them more profitable. When the business comes, the security comes its way. Now, I give you one very layman example of developing countries, and this I have experienced here also in Pakistan. For instance, we buy some complicated software. We have to buy some complicated software, and it is always that we buy it from some foreign OEM. So every software has two parts. One is the passcode, the pass keys of the software, and second is the software itself. Together they make it expensive. So what normally is done in countries like us and in other developing countries, that we forego the passcodes and pass keys and we just buy the software. So what happens? You don't have the control keys of that software with you. So you are always vulnerable. Whenever there is some malfunction, you refer back to the OEM, he charges for that. Whenever there is some need that you need to modify that software according to your environment and your security compulsions, you again refer back to the OEM and he charges. So that costs more expensive. Another problem is that in countries like us where industrial base is not that strong and the hardware is not very frequently and abundantly manufactured, so you have to buy hardware from somewhere. And certain OEMs put this condition that if you have to buy hardware from us, you have to buy the software also. Again, you are vulnerable in that context also. Ladies and gentlemen, to overcome these problems, the solution is indigenization. Until and unless we have our own softwares, our own cyber security systems, we will always remain vulnerable. But in terms, with respect to the commercial entities, the business entities, I think this security can take secondary pedestal, and investment for making them more profitable should take the priority. Thank you.
Yeah, if you permit, I just want to add my perspective. Actually, things have gone beyond digitization. Digitization is only a small part of the future operations. Now we have to contend with the disruptive technologies, and I'm sure the university here, which are bastion for creating knowledge, So you have to deal with the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, data sciences, data mining, and so many other things. So that's where the future is. So we need people with bright minds and with necessary skills to be able to adapt to the technologies which are being thrust on us. So it is not a question of choice. The autonomous vehicles which he was talking about and the lack of governance with respect to drones and autonomous vehicles which are flying. So the future is not very far where we may have unmanned ships and similarly ports which are highly automated, and the disruption that the technologies will bring with respect to the job market or the skills, the new skills needed, and the skills which will become redundant, that's a much larger area. So may I suggest the Minhaj University to think of producing, have a sort of a center for excellence where you have these bright graduates who have various faculties but don't necessarily have the skill set needed for the future job market, and they could be transformed in a high-tech environment within a year or so to be able to go not only serve in Pakistan but also abroad.
Thank you so much, sir. This was a very, very valuable insight on a very critical topic. Sir, since we have been talking about all this, a question just triggered my mind that how will we ensure that the human element will remain relevant in this regard, since we have been talking a lot about automation? Any one of you would like to answer?
I think human element would always be there, because even for automated ships, so far only 2 experiments have been done, one by Korea and one by Japan, and still long way to go. And also behind these automation, there would be human. Similarly, PSW is an indigenous solution in a way. It's all sort of designed over here. And again, the digitalization has brought in some great automation, but the human element in managing it is always there.
Thank you so much. My next question is from Mr. Mohammad Javed Iqbal Saab, and sir, it relates to the risk management techniques. We know that Pakistan is blessed with a beautiful, very significant geostrategic location, and we know that volume of trades passes through, the maritime shipment passes through the major ports of Gwadar and Karachi. Right. So sir, what advanced level risk management techniques do you see should be there in order to ensure the port safety? And when I say that, I say this with reference to the issues of congestion and with the issues relating to environment crisis, just in case if it takes place. If you would please like to enlighten us on this, please.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. I would like to begin with some comments about the shipping industry. Well, it's an honor to be invited to this August forum. Respected Vice Chancellor Saab, under your lead and support of your dedicated team, Minhaj University is doing a practical job which is highly commendable, as it provides a direction to the maritime industry, promoting the blue economy. Our shipping industry will certainly benefit, and the day is not far when entrepreneurs would be encouraged to register their ships under the Pakistan flag. If the proper environment is provided, already a committee is working on this, and hope we will soon have a fleet of 1,500 ships compared to 50 when this industry was nationalized in 1974, as compared to the present strength of only 9 ships. Thus, utilizing opportunities for which we have great potential to save our precious foreign exchange, generating employment to our local seafarers, and meeting challenges for our economy. The PSW is also a step towards facilitation, enhancement of the automation. These are primarily focused on decarbonization and environmental concerns regarding your question. drawn by need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions alongside issues like labor shortage, port congestion, and the need for technological advancements to improve efficiency and safety across the operations. The future will depend on advising these challenges through innovations like alternate fuels, smarter vessel designs, and improved port infrastructure, key challenges in contemporary maritime shipping. The environment impact, pushing for the adoption of cleaner fuels like LNG, hydrogen, and electric propulsion systems to achieve decarbonization goals. Green shipping is the need of the time. New recruits is creating a challenge in finding qualified crew members to operate vessels. Regulatory compliance. Stringent environmental regulations are forcing shipping companies to invest in new technologies and adopt to meet emission standards. Digital transformation. Integrated advanced digital technologies like big data analytics and automation system is crucial for optimizing ships' operations and improving decision making. Cyber security threats. Increasing vulnerability to cyber attacks on ship system poses a risk, safety, and operation integrity. The future challenges and potential solutions. Development of sustainable fuels like green ammonia, methanol, and biofuels to significantly reduce emissions. Smart ship technology, implementing advanced system, autonomous vessels technology, and optimized hull designs, and enhance efficiency and fuel economy. Port infrastructure upgrade. Modernization to accommodate larger vessels, investing in port expenses and modernization, streamline cargo handling and improve turnaround times, training and workforce development. Training and workforce development initiatives to attract and train a new generation of maritime professionals to address labor shortage, and so on.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that insight, sir. Now I'm so eager to take the academic input from Dr. Umar Hayat. Sir, in the last couple of years, we have been talking a lot about the green ports. So how can ports transition to green ports? Number one, that prioritizes sustainability, and definitely by resorting to renewable energy sources and building such infrastructure, which is very crucial for it. What do you think can make this transition possible? What are your views on that, sir?
Thank you, Dr. Aisha. We have been colleagues and we have been known for years. Thank you, Minhaj University. And I think it is my first visit as a speaker over here or discussant, but it is, I am thinking that it is my home because a lot of seniors from Pakistan Navy, since I am also serving at Bahria University Islamabad, and many colleagues and many students I have found over here, they are serving over here. And that is the salute to the leadership of the university that they have gathered different people from different universities and also from the academia. Academic side, when we talk about, and that must be for the knowledge of the students who are over here, because technical people, they know more than me. I should accept it. Unfortunately, environmental area overall, if we see the green ports, environment has been thought as a moral duty, but not as taken as it is a moral concept that we should do, but we haven't been focusing on that. Then the second area is that we have been more focused on the security than that of the economy, and again than that of the environment. Generally, it is our trend all over the world, and the secondly, for the marine sciences as well. And just to focus on that, we have few areas which we must focus. That journey of 1,000 miles starts from one step. And Admiral Saab, you know it well, that there are, first of all, we have to start with the renewable energy resources, whether it is wind, whether it is solar or other areas. And second is that we have to start with the green initiative that are local. Unfortunately, as Admiral Saab has just said, on the software side and the passports in that area, unfortunately, the third world countries, they lack a lot of resources. every such kind of things on economy, on the green economy, on the green ports, etc. They need a lot of funding and a lot of investment and a lot of training as well. We in our normal society, we have to teach common people about that, but we as international citizen, we have to teach ourselves as well, that we have to invest on that. And for that purpose, I will be requesting Minhaj University as well for focusing on that area. Unfortunately, that has not been so much tapped, and that remains over there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was very insightful, and sir, a lot of requests are coming your way. In this panel discussion, we have made a lot of requests to you, so we really look forward you take that first plunge and then we'll follow the due course. Anyways, this panel discussion was very crisp, and as I have just received this slip that I have to just close it, thank you so much for your attention, and there are certainly a lot of key takeaways that we are going to take with us as we leave this hall. Number one is the women empowerment that was just revealed in this. So we take that with us. And of course, we talked about there are lots and lots of issues that the maritime industry is grappling with. But as it is said that with challenges comes the opportunities, we are very optimistic about the fact that as technology has been on its way to innovation and it has reshaped the operations, similar is the case that we look forward to have such meaningful discussions which will bring the concerned stakeholders together, and we will talk about these issues, and only then we look forward to have the solutions that we can look up to. This small and crisp discussion on the key takeaways from this crisp panel discussion are: number one, technology is not our enemy and human element will still remain relevant to us. Number two, cybersecurity, and then balancing these innovation and what you may say the traditional practices is also very important in that way. Third, as Sir Hasham said, reducing carbon emissions has been a challenge, but definitely the international cooperation for key port connectivity is a must, and all this needs to be a collaborative and concerted effort in one direction, and this is what exactly we look forward to. And for a country like Pakistan, probably resorting to greener ports is something that is very crucial at this point in time, and we need to look up to that. And last but not the least, for a country like us, which is still in its developing stage, collaboration with the regional and international organization is very important for future resilience and sustainability. Thank you so much for your time and for your attention. And in the end, again, my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for your valuable insight, for your time, and for you to share your knowledge with us. Thank you so much, and signing off.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aisha Safdar, for saying thank you on our behalf as well. Yes, we are so lucky that we had a very learned panel for this panel discussion. And definitely we are looking forward to the challenges, the issues that has been raised here by the people who are actually working in the maritime sector. So once again, thank you. And now I would request you to please take your seats. And ladies and gentlemen, our last keynote speaker is Honorable Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, Professor Dr. Hussain Mohijuddin Qadri, a brilliant researcher, critically acclaimed international speaker, and a prolific author with over 60 books on his credit. He stands as a towering figure in the field of Islamic economics and finance. With a doctorate in economics from Victoria University, Australia, he has been affiliated with the University of Melbourne, Australia as Senior Fellow for many years. In recognition of his scholarly contributions, he was awarded Global Islamic Finance Award in 2019. His major interest areas are modern economics, strategic economics, international trade, economics of natural resources, environmental economics, interreligious studies, peace, counterterrorism studies, Islamic thought, Islamic economics, finance, and Islamic management. With this, I would like to request Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri to, sir, please come on the podium and deliver the keynote speech. Registrar Minhaj University, and Dr. Muhammad Ishfaq, Director Karima. Please join the Honorable Deputy Chairman, BOG, and Vice Chancellor on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the time to share a major milestone in Karima's journey towards raising awareness and spreading knowledge in maritime domain. We are proud to share the news of launching Minhaj Maritime Archives from the platform of Karima at Minhaj University Lahore. This is the first of its kind website that is designed to store all the material that is available on maritime sector in Pakistan as well as globally, the thesis, the researches, and the case studies which are available on maritime sector. They are being the part of this archive, and its name is Minhaj Maritime Archive. And let me share that this is the first of its kind in Pakistan. There is no other maritime related archives in Pakistan, although we have the National Archives, but it is not dealing with the data that is related with maritime. So this is something that we are very proud to share of, and we request Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri and Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad to officially launch the website at the occasion of 3rd International Maritime Conference 2025. So you can visit this website. The address is given, and you can see here that you can find books, researches, journals, and all the related information that is there related to maritime sector. And of course, it covers all the aspects of maritime domain. And we have given an indigenous flavor to this website with the pictures from our coastline that is very beautiful, the virgin beaches and our beautiful coast cities. They are there, and in future we will add more pictures to this website from Pakistan. So thank you so much. Now I would request Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri and Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad to please present souvenirs to our learned panelists. Sir, please. First, I would like to request Vice Admiral Khan Hasham bin Sadiq, Hilal-e-Imtiaz Military. Sir, please receive your souvenir from Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Ms. Alia Shahid from Ministry of Maritime Affairs. Is she around? Okay, she has left. Rear Admiral Sayyid Faisal Ali Shah, Hilal-e-Imtiaz Military. Thank you so much, sir. We are very honored that you have taken time for us and you are here and joined the panel discussion. Our next panelist, Muhammad Javed Iqbal, Chief Executive Officer, Shoaib Shipping Agency. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being the part of this year's conference. And lastly, Dr. Umar Hayat, Associate Professor at Bahria University, Islamabad. Thank you, Dr. Umar Hayat, for traveling from Islamabad and attending the conference. We are very honored. And our moderator, Dr. Aisha Safdar, Associate Professor, Kennett College for Women, University. Thank you, Dr. Aisha. Please receive your souvenir. And I would like to invite the representative of Malmo Bakers. They have sponsored our, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to acknowledge the exceptional contributions to the maritime sector of a personality among us. He is the former Vice Chief of the Naval Staff and a former diplomat with nearly 4 decades of service in Pakistan Navy. His career is marked by key command roles, and he played a remarkable role in designing the building of Pakistan Naval Academy, which is a very beautiful one, and the premier institution responsible for training and developing the future leadership of Pakistan Navy. Even beyond his tenure in uniform, he continues to render services for shaping the maritime domain through his expertise and vision. Currently, he is serving at Sannobar Institute. In recognition of his services, this Lifetime Achievement Award goes to Vice Admiral Khan Hasham bin Siddiq, Hilal-e-Imtiaz Military. So this is a surprise for him. The Lifetime Achievement Award on the occasion of International Maritime Conference 2025 is being given to Vice Admiral Khan Hasham bin Siddiq. Thank you so much. Now I would request Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri and Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad to please be seated. Dear audience, let's move on to the most important part of today's conference. After all the speeches, discussions, and deliberations, the way forward will be presented to you. And for that, I would request Professor Dr. Khurram Shehzad, Registrar, Minhaj University Lahore, to come on podium and present the conference declaration. Professor Dr. Khurram Shehzad.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Honorable Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, Minhaj University Lahore, Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri, Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, guests, keynote speakers, paper presenters, and dear participants. Today, we all actively engaged in the opening session of 3rd IMC, which is International Maritime Conference 2025, organized by Karima, Center of Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs. The whole day was intellectually loaded with the keynote speeches, followed by an insightful panel discussion on maritime regulatory and governance issues. Both established scholars and emerging researchers showcased their research during the 2 technical sessions. After lunch, leading maritime experts captivated us with their compelling keynote speeches and addresses. After lunch, the second panel discussion took an in-depth look at pressing questions surrounding maritime operational and technological challenges, which sparked dynamic conversations and insightful ideas. In the end, the closing keynote speech by Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri mentioned contributions of Islamic social scientists on maritime affairs such as Al-Mawardi, Ibn Khaldun, and Al-Kashkandi. And he also outlined the way out for the maritime affairs in Pakistan and for the global affairs. Dear colleagues, all the sessions today have concentrated on the interactions and interventions necessary to preserve maritime ecosystem. Each presentation delved into different aspects of sustainability, highlighting the importance of collaboration among researchers, policymakers, practitioners to effectively address the challenges facing our sea. Following are the key takeaways from today's sessions. The first key takeaway is that marine ecosystem face significant threats from climate change, industrialization, and maritime activities. Raising sea temperatures and overfishing are damaging coral reefs. Large industrial plants and fuel refineries contribute to negative environmental impacts. Pakistan has different environmental acts such as Pakistan Environmental Protection Act 1997 and maritime specific regulations. The acts and regulations need to be updated by incorporating stricter penalties, clearly defined responsibilities to ensure the health and viability of fisheries. That is the takeaway I have taken from Professor Dr. Hussein's speech. The second key takeaway is the automation in ships providing significant benefits, including increased operational efficiency, cost savings, and improved safety by reducing human-related risks. However, the absence of regulations for autonomous ships raises concerns regarding maritime security. The third key takeaway of this conference is that the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea is increasingly seen as lacking in its ability to address challenges such as cyber threats, deep sea resource exploitation, and maritime security in a multipolar world. To effectively navigate the modern geopolitical and environmental landscape, maritime governance must blend UN Convention on the Law of the Sea with emerging legal principles and regional cooperation. The fourth key takeaway of this conference is that Pakistan should strengthen its maritime operations by establishing a robust administration, reforming its policy framework, and fostering international partnerships to advance technology in seabed mining. Additionally, embracing green technologies, implementing AI-driven port management systems, and cultivated skilled human resources can significantly enhance both efficiency and sustainability. The big data collection using satellite and then analysis using the AI tools can lead to effective policy implementations. The next key takeaway that I have noted from the opening speech of Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, that is about Indian Ocean. Indian Ocean is the third largest ocean, covering areas around Asia, Africa, and Australia, and touches the shores of over 38 countries, including Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and South Africa. However, the name is controversial because it implies the ocean belongs mainly to India, even though many countries share its waters. Instead of Indian Ocean, the conference suggests that it is to be renamed as Southern Ocean, since it lies south of Asia and connects with the Southern Hemisphere. The next and the sixth key takeaway I have already noticed from the speech of Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad as well, the jewels on the coast strategy. He introduced that this strategy needs to be implemented, needs to be designed in Pakistan to be implemented, as Pakistan has around 1,000 kilometer coastline along the North Arabian Sea for economic growth. This plan includes development of 6 new ports, 3 small ports at Katibandar, Gharu, and Gadani Bay, and the 3 major ports at Khor Kalmat, Pasni, and Ormada. The recent Aman naval experience and exercise that has experienced us that 60 nations have involved shows global confidence in Pakistan's maritime security or efforts. Through jewels on the coast, Pakistan can unlock its blue economy and establish itself as a key player in regional and global trade. Dear colleagues and participants, the 7th key takeaway I have again taken from the speech of Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri, that is the involvement of religious leaders. The religious leaders can play an important role in the government-led conservation projects, for instance, mosque-based awareness programs. In the Friday prayer congregations, imams can highlight the sins of polluting water and damaging the environment. The 8th key takeaway is the introduction of Waqf charitable endowment that can be harnessed to fund environmental projects like mangrove reforestation and beach cleanup drives. We also need to unified Maritime Authority for better policy implementation along with the Sindh and Balochistan coasts. Enhancing tourism and upgrading the shipbreaking industry at Gadani can further drive economic activity. The 10th key takeaway is to integrate marine conservation projects into provincial textbooks, and the same can be propagated through media campaigns on sustainable marine life. And then the maritime affairs and marine sciences should be introduced as core academic disciplines and incorporated into the university curricula as major fields of disciplines. The last key takeaway is that the three major principles, which are uniformity, universality, and freedom of navigation, they need to be upheld globally. Dear participants, these takeaways serve as a declaration of this conference as well. We firmly reiterate our commitment to tackling critical challenges at sea through effective sustainable governance. Furthermore, we will actively foster partnerships among government agencies, private sector organizations, and civil society, facilitating robust knowledge, sharing innovation, and resource mobilization. If you all agree with me on this declaration, please raise your right hand to endorse. Thank you very much. This ends with the conference declaration and the key takeaways. The next, my responsibility as a chief organizer of this conference. I'm grateful to Almighty Allah for making this conference successful and making us able to organize this conference. I would like to express my sincere congratulations to Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri, Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, Minhaj University Lahore, Chair of this conference, who has been the guide to us in the pathways of knowledge seeking and in the pathways of knowledge creation. Sir, we are thankful to you. I further take this opportunity to extend my heartiest congratulations to the mind behind this conference and patron of CREMA, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University Lahore, who decisively addressed and resolved multiple challenges in this arena. I commend each and every one of you for the success of this international conference. I wish to extend my sincere gratitude to all esteemed participants, keynote speakers, scholars, and experts from prestigious national and international institutions who contributed to this conference. Let me assure you, your presence and active engagements have significantly enhanced our discussions and provided valuable insights into the opportunities and challenges at sea. I appreciate the sincere efforts and hard work of conference convener, Dr. Muhammad Ishfaq, Director CREMA, along with his team, including Dr. Uzmanaz, Dr. Wakasia Naeem, Mr. Khabar Mehboob, Ms. Ikra Manzoor, Ms. Rabia Shafiq, Ms. Saida Sakina Hassan Zaidi, and Mr. Subhan Salim. They all did a wonderful job in knitting all this together. A huge round of applause for the CREMA team. I further appreciate the dedication of the conveners of various working committees. I would only name the conveners and the co-conveners here. And first of all, we are thankful to Mr. Abdur Rahman Trader and his team. They have been every time instrumental with the provision of the funds. I'm thankful to Director Administration, Major Retired Sulaiman Jahangir, and Director Project and Maintenance, Mr. Farhan Javed, who are the convener and co-convener of Venue and Setup Committee. They have respectively for their logistics support and the food management and food provision to this conference. Then I'm thankful to Dr. Muhammad Kashif Durrani, who is the convener of Hall Management Committee. Then there comes the name of Dr. Muhammad Jawad, who is the co-convener of Hall Management, and also he was the convener of Kit Compilation Committee. Then there comes the name of Dr. Sajida Begum. She was the one who registered all the participants for this conference, and her team members are also were very much instrumental in bringing all the participants to this conference. Then we are thankful to Dr. Muhammad Tayyib. He is the convener of reception and protocol team along with his team. Then we are thankful to Dr. Uzma Naz, being the convener of Best Paper Selection Committee, and her team. Then we have Ms. Amara Maqsood Qadri. She is the Secretary Seekers Club for managing and training the ushers for this conference. Then there comes the name of Mr. Shehzad Rasool and his team for the guest invitations. We are thankful to Mr. Mohshim Siddiq and his team for the convenership of IT support and provision of the internet and the recorded videos, and making it possible to have our interaction globally. Then there comes the name Mr. Nadeem Chaudhry, who has provided the media and production, and he was the convener of the media and production team. Then there comes the name of Mr. Faraz Alam and Mr. Usman Siddiqui. You were looking at all the backdrops and the port streamers and all the posts. They were made possible by the team of Mr. Faraz Alam, Mr. Usman Siddiqui. Then there comes the name of Mr. Muhammad Umar, Shehbaz Tahir, and Hafiz Umar Saab, who are from the social media unit of Minhaj University Lahore. Then there comes the name of Mr. Hassan Ishad. He's the director of Minhaj TV, and they have just webcasted this whole conference at minhaj.tv. Dr. Abina Saeed and Dr. Suleiman Amin for producing MUL documentary and the Karima documentary that we watched in the opening session. And at the end, I truly appreciate Dr. Waqasia Naim, Ms. Tuba Khanam, Mr. Waleed, and Dr. Hassan Farooq Mashwani, who were the session coordinators for the different sessions, opening session and the closing session. Dear participants, this conference belongs to the whole maritime sector, so I would like to congratulate entire maritime industry and academia on the successful conduct of this third International Maritime Conference. Once again, I'm deeply grateful to our collaborators and sponsors. May Allah bless our collaboration and dialogues over these sessions. Let us strive together to ensure that our efforts lead to meaningful results, benefiting not only the attendees of this conference, but also many others in the society. Thank you and goodbye till the next conference in the next year.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Khurram Shehzad, Registrar, Minhaj University, Lahore. Now, I would request Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri and Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, all the guests, panelists, and organizers to please come forward for the group photo. Dear audience, please be seated.